Seeing that everybody's here now, and I believe it's 6:30 on the dot, so I'll call this meeting to order. I will read a notice of collection introduction. It will explain the rules and how they apply as per the Planning Act. This is a notice of collection. Personal information collected as a result of this public hearing and on the forms provided at the back of the room is collected under the authority of the Planning Act and will be used to assist in making a decision on the matter. All names, addresses, opinions, and comments may be collected and may form part of the minutes, which will be available to the public. Questions regarding the collection should be forwarded to the Director of Planning, Building, and Licensing and Services. The purpose of public meetings is to present planning applications in a public forum as required by the Planning Act. Following presentations by the applicant, committee members will be afforded an opportunity to ask questions for clarification or further information. The meeting will then be open to the public for comments and questions. Interested persons are requested to give their name and address for recording in the minutes. There is also a sign-in sheet for interested members of the public at the back of the room. No decisions are made at public meetings concerning applications unless otherwise noted. The public meeting is held to gather public opinion. Exemption of this rule is outlined in bylaw number 2006-75 to delegate various planning approvals to staff and to adopt certain procedures for the processing of planning applications subject to delegated authority. Council has authorized staff to use discretion in determining if an application can be a combined public meeting comprehensive report to expedite the approval process. Information gathered at public meetings is then referred back to Planning, Building, and Licensing Services staff for the preparation of a comprehensive report and recommendation to the Planning Committee. This means that after the meeting tonight, staff will be considering the comments made by the public in their further review of the application. When this review is completed, a report will be prepared making a recommendation for action to this committee. The recommendation is typically to approve with conditions or to deny. This committee then makes a recommendation on the applications to City Council. City Council has the final say on the application from the city's perspective. Following council decision, notice will be circulated in accordance with the Planning Act, and anyone with an interest in the matter may file an appeal. Interested persons are advised that a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions before the bylaw is passed. The person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of council to the Ontario Municipal Board unless, in the opinion of the board, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So, we'll get started. We only have the one official plan and a public meeting. It's an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment request and a draft subdivision for the tannery site. So we will begin with the, I believe it's IBI presentation.
Thank you, members of the committee and members of the public who are here tonight. My name is Mark Tao. I'm a professional land use planner with IBI Group. With me tonight is Mr. Rob Snetzinger, a biologist with Ecological Services, as well as Mr. Kevin Shipley and Ms. Natalia Baranova, who are both engineers with XCG, who are responsible for the environmental and remediation strategy for the site. So we have a presentation to start with, and then we'll move on to opportunities for questions mediated by the city. The presentation is fairly lengthy. We'll try to move through it as quickly as possible. But there's a fair amount of information that we'd like to share about the applications. So broadly, the applications for official plan and zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision are to permit the lands to be redeveloped for commercial, residential, and community open spaces. The project includes a remediation of approximately 9 hectares of contaminated lands. There's about 50,000 square feet of commercial, 1,500 units of residential, and approximately 3.75 acres of public parkland and open space. This slide shows the subject lands, and I'll just identify a couple of things. There's a water lot associated with the site. There's also a portion of the lands along the water outside of the current site boundaries that are owned by the federal government, and the owner is working with the federal government to bring those lands into the project to allow them to be remediated as well. The city owns a portion of the proposed right-of-way as Orchard Street, which extends into about the middle of the development parcel. So this is showing the entirety of the 12-hectare subject lands. As I noted, the lands are heavily contaminated due to former industrial uses, which I'll identify in a bit more detail later. Approximately northerly quarter of the site is covered by wetland. The lands have been undeveloped or unutilized for the last 45 years. And the lands are part of the City of Kingston's Community Improvement Area Project 1A, which identifies the lands as being eligible for rehabilitation and remediation assistance through the CIP program. We'll provide some site context and then describe the details of the proposal. So in terms of the historical uses of the land, this is an etching of the Davis Tannery lands, estimated to be from the 1930s, showing the Davis Tannery complex building here, and then the metal smelting works here. This is looking north, so this is the wetland here, and then this would be the inner harbor area out here that you see. So existing conditions on the site, since demolition of the tannery buildings in the early 1980s, the site has had opportunity to regenerate over the past approximately 40 years. As part of that, there's certainly existing vegetation on the site. However, there's also remnants of the former industrial buildings still on the site. So for those of you who've been there, concrete, rebar, et cetera, can be found. There's also been a history of dumping on the site, illegal habitation, other illegal activities, and general undesirable uses taking place in the site. That being said, because the lands have been able to be regenerated over a number of years, there's also been establishment of habitat for various species, particularly along the edges, so along the water and in the wetland portion as well. The owner took possession of the lands in fall 2017, and since that time has been working to clean up the site. These photos are current, and there is ongoing dumping and ongoing similar activities that the city, the proponent's been working with the City of Kingston Police, and with organizations like Home-Based Housing to try to address some of the challenges of the site. The intention is that the site would be cleaned up of refuse by spring 2018. In terms of contamination, many are aware in general about the contamination of the lands. We're going to provide you with some details about the level of contamination and the degree of contamination, both within the harbor and the lands themselves. This is an image showing the level of chromium in the inner harbor. This is from a study done by RMC in 2014. So the darker color red shows the higher levels of chromium. The subject lands are about here. The wetland is here. There's a little creek that you can barely make out here. That's an outfall from the city storm system. It seems to have the effect of drawing contaminants out into the inner harbor. So this is one substance. There are a number of other substances as well that have been essentially allowed to enter into the bay and contaminate the water over 100+ years of previous industrial uses. As part of the investigation for the site, a number of environmental studies have been done. This is a graphic from one of the environmental studies looking at, in this particular case, the levels of chromium. So the green and yellow and the red, these are the uplands, so the areas outside the wetland and the water. The yellow and into red shows the higher concentrations of, in this case, chromium. The table here shows 3 different substances that are contributing to the contamination of the site. Chromium, as an example, the Ministry of Environment maximum levels for a safe site to be used for residential, for example, are 70 to 160 parts per million. At the highest levels of concentration on the site, there are 110,000 parts per million. To put that into perspective, if you were to take 10 buckets of soil from the site and distribute them into the different parts of the soil, one of those buckets would be full of chromium. There's also lead, there's also zinc, there's also mercury. So the levels of contamination on the site are incredibly high. Based on what we know about the impacts of these metals, there's certainly hazards to human health and also to wildlife that would occupy adjacent lands to the site as well. So there's incredibly high levels of contamination, and the intention is that the project would remediate the land so that they are safe to be used again, either entirely cleaned or risk assessed where the levels of contamination are lower, and the Ministry of Environment would accept such a process. There's approximately 400,000 tons of contaminated soil in the upland areas outside of the water and wetlands. It's about 20,000 dump trucks worth of soil. The options provided through Ministry of Environment for remediation of the site include remediation, which means cleaning the soil or removing it from the site and bringing in clean soil, or risk assessing, which is another option where the soils are of lesser levels of contamination. So the intention is to use both of these methods, hoping to minimize the amount of off-site trucking that's required. But in the end, the process to be carried out is as per MOE requirements for cleaning of the site to make it suitable for residential uses, parkland uses, etc. I'll pass off a couple slides here to Mr. Snetzinger, who will speak about the natural habitat on and adjacent to the site.
We first visited this site on behalf of RMC when they were doing a previous study on remediation in 2008. It was the contention at that time of myself and the other biologists who did the study that from an ecological perspective for an undeveloped site, it was the worst site we had ever visited. My view after visiting the site again in 2014 for the work we did for the current proposal hasn't changed. In 2017, Astrid Nielsen did the forestry study. I wasn't part of it, but I was talking to her afterwards, and I asked her, what did you think of the site? And she said it was the worst site she had ever visited. However, it doesn't matter who the owner is, where the site is, the condition of the site. We are still required to go through the procedures of an environmental impact assessment. And in that regards, I'm really working on behalf of the city and the province because the guidelines, the policies, the manuals that we are required to use when we assess a site are dictated by the province and by the municipality. The purpose of the EIS is twofold. The first one is to determine if there are significant natural heritage features either on the property or within 120 meters of the property. If we find those, then the second step is to determine if the proposed development will have significant impacts to the features and functions of those significant natural heritage features. Then, if we find that indeed it is possible that a significant impact may be occurring, we determine if it is possible to mitigate or compensate that. So, in summary from that, our conclusions were that there are some significant natural heritage features at play here, but there is nothing that provides an provides an impact that is not mitigatable or compensation. The natural heritage features that are at play for the development property itself are the provincially significant wetland, obviously, turtle nesting habitat, and snake hibernacula. Each of those can be dealt with, so that's not a problem. Sorry, can you go back a slide for me? Thank you. So why is the site so poor? We have the high contamination levels, obviously. We have extremely high load of non-native invasive species. Garlic mustard is pervasive throughout. Japanese knotweed, dog strangling vine, Tartarian honeysuckle, European buckthorn. We have the history of the site. You know, at one time, much of this site was actually wetland. So where the lead smelter is, or was, it was wetland at one time. They filled in to create that. So, and that was unregulated fill. So there's not a strong underlying baseline for a healthy ecology to grow on top of. The site is hazardous to walk on. There are a few trails where you walk on and it's reasonably safe condition. But if you step off those trails, there's rebar, there's holes that are covered by vegetation from old concrete. You can step into those holes. Some of them are quite deep. They have rusted metal. You could hurt yourself. There's garbage all over the place. We encountered needles. The transient users, after the first couple trips, we asked our crew to never go in by themselves. When Astrid went in on her first trip, she said, gee, I don't think I should go in there again by myself. And actually a lady drove up when I was leaving the site in a car and said, you shouldn't be in there by yourself. So from that perspective, that's a negative because that can have an impact on the quality of the site in terms of the ecology. As it was noted by Mark, the primary area of quality is along the edges associated with the water. There's provincially significant wetland and the existing forest cover. One thing that was interesting to us is in the northwest corner, which is where the tannery dumped most of their effluent. It was a direct dumping directly into the wetland throughout their life. You can see in old photographs where you can see they're dumping their fluids into that wetland. And that's where the highest contamination levels are. They're actually in the wetland itself. And our first visit back in 2008, we were there during the spring amphibian calling period, and normally a wetland would be alive with sound, and it was dead quiet. I found that unusual. And we didn't know the high levels of contamination because at the time we were walking through a bunch of cattails and we were thinking, oh, this is a wetland. Why is it so quiet? So when I actually saw the RMC records of the contamination level there, it made sense. Turtles overwinter in the sediments. They have this sort of natural breathing system through their skin. So they're more susceptible to contaminants than other organisms. So they bury themselves in the mud in the wintertime. So if you're a frog and you say, oh, here's a nice wetland, I'm going to bury myself for the winter. This is how I overwinter. And if that soil is extremely contaminated, it's unlikely you're going to come out in the spring. It's probably going to perish in there. Also, a lot of the insects do their life cycle in those soils, and frogs eat insects. It was very quiet in that way as well. We saw very few insects associated with that northwest wetland. As you move eastwards across the top to the northeast side, the quality improves. Coincidentally, the level of contamination is lower. It's still high, but the quality of things, we started hearing frogs again, we started seeing species, we started seeing more stuff. It was essentially a dead zone in the northwest, except for the cattails and a few red-winged blackbirds, which perch high on the cattails, so they're not really at risk from that. So it is a hazard. I wouldn't want kids walking through there. Don't know why they would, but anyway. There's no direct loss of fish and turtle habitat from the construction. The turtles are all nesting on the berms, which were brought in subsequently as a pollution attenuation technique, trying to stop the migration of contaminants from the site into the river. So it's more recent fill. It was done a little better. Unfortunately, though, like many sort of uncared for sites around the city, most of the turtle nests, as far as we could see, were being depredated by raccoons. But there will be no development on the berm. It's external to the site, so no direct impact. Snake hibernaculum. We didn't confirm hibernacula for the site, but we did see 2 milk snakes, which are a special concern species. There's no direct regulations protecting them, but they are protected under the PPS for significant wildlife habitat. We found those in the northwest area of the development where all the rubble is. If you were a snake, this would probably be a good place to go for the winter. They need to be underground, they need to be out of the freezing conditions, and they need the right moisture conditions to survive the winter. So this piled rubble, with all its holes and passageways, probably provides a reasonably good spot for hibernacula. Doesn't mean they're there, but it was our speculation they could be. So we were, again, recommending something to be dealt with that going forward.
When I set out to develop a vision for the Davis Tannery, I wanted to push the boundaries of what we see for design in Canada today. In total, I visited 217 projects in 31 cities, in 12 states and provinces to come up with the plan that we see today. I've seen a mixture of what works and what doesn't work. And what I want to build is something beyond the ordinary. What is before us today is a vision that's very well thought out and developed, but it's also a starting point for the discussion on how to develop these lands. I've had the opportunity to speak to a great deal of people about this site and listen to them on what they want to see here. Today, we are here to listen and gather further information and look for their feedback on how to create a great space for our city. This development will be taking place in arguably the most contaminated site in Kingston. I want to transform a neglected brown field into a destination. The Davis Tannery has so many exciting parts, including a wetland, and by remediating the site, I hope to help protect and improve the ecological health of the area in the long term. Building in this area, close to downtown, it's about 1.2 kilometers to downtown, on this site that has been considered untouchable for decades, we'll be saving hundreds of acres from urban sprawl. My passion for this site started when I was 16 years old and I learned to row. I couldn't understand why the last third of Kingston's inner harbor was never developed. Little did I know that the contamination that was laying there was the reason. The photo before us is my vision for a landmark waterfront community. I want to point out a small problem with our rendering. You can see right here it has a bit of a hard edge in the green, and that's simply a rendering error on our part, and I apologize for it, and the misinformation that's brought forward. It will be a naturalized edge. It was shown in green as such. It's just when they put it through the computers, it got missed on our side. I started Patchery Inc. Developments when I was in university, when I bought my first house on Colborne Street. Since then, I've developed student rentals and multi-residential buildings. In total, these projects contribute over $1 million in new municipal tax revenue. I can honestly say that they are some of the best developments in the city. 655 Princess Street is widely regarded in the Canadian student development community as the premier purpose-built student housing community. People ask me why I want to build in Kingston. I've been lucky enough to travel to over 100 countries, and every time I go somewhere and everything I see, I always come back to Kingston and can honestly say it's one of the best places in the world to live, and I'm proud to call it my home.
Thanks, Jay. So I'll now just go into the details of the development proposal itself. So broadly, there's going to be 4 phases of development over 8 to 12 years. Each of the 4 phases you see is likely to be broken down into 2 subphases just to allow for timing and responses to the market and uptake of units. The units would be about 1,508 residential units in total over the 9 hectares. The mix of units would be anywhere from studios up to 3 bedrooms. The intention is to provide a variety of housing options. Of particular note, 3-bedroom units, particularly in new construction outside of the traditional student rental areas, are uncommon in Kingston. So this project would provide those larger units, providing some additional housing options that aren't readily available in Kingston. The tenure would be a mix of condo and rental. Parking is proposed to be provided primarily through structured parking behind the walls of the building, so wrapped behind the building. There will also be some on-site parking associated with public streets, as well as limited surface parking for the commercial use. Amenity space to be a mix of indoor and outdoor spaces. Accessible units within the building would be provided in each phase, 15% plus. And affordable housing is also an option for the site, so that proponent is open to discussions with the city about providing affordable housing. We're entering into the planning approvals or planning review stages of the project, so we're anticipating that those types of conversations are forthcoming. With respect to the scale, to give you some sense of how the number of units, it's a large number, 1,500 units sounds like a lot, and it is. However, it's also a very large site. So the developable parcel is 9 hectares, which in terms of lot coverage is 42.5% of the whole of the lands, including the roads and the park space. If you look at just the development parcels themselves outside of parkland and roads, there's 63% lot coverage. With respect to the density, over the whole site, including the wetlands, the density is 125 dwelling units per net hectare, and over the development parcel itself is 167. To provide some context, recent high-density developments approved within the city range anywhere from 200 upwards of 500 dwelling units per net hectare. So although there are a large number of units, the site is large, and so the density itself, as a metric of the development size, is indicative of a modest high-density site. With respect to parking, a lot of units typically require a lot of parking, so how do you deal with that appropriately? The proposed building design is a wrap-style building, and it's kind of as it sounds, is a building that wraps around parking and a building that wraps around inner courtyards. So there's a standalone parking structure that's wrapped by the residential, so you can't see it from the street, but it's available and provides a significant amount of parking to service the site. The parking will primarily be through the structure, as I said, but there will also be on-site parking and surface parking in limited amounts for convenience purposes. We'll also be providing car share spaces as well as electric car charging stations as well. Because of the density of the site and the location, it does obviously encourage or be suitable for supporting transit and alternative transportation. The commercial component is primarily made up of 3 main pieces. On the westerly edge, there's approximately 50,000 square feet, shown in red here. And then in phase 2, there's intended to be a block for ideally a grocery store. So that would be for the residents of the site, but also for nearby neighborhood residents as well. The commercial space is intended to be flexible, so responding to the actual demand for commercial within the site and the neighborhood. Being close to the downtown, we're cognizant of not wanting to draw commercial tenants away from the CBD. So it's intended to respond to the market in that way. With respect to the building design, as I said, it's a wrap-style building. I'll explain that in a few minutes, or in the upcoming slides. Broadly, though, it's 6-story buildings, 4 all of similar size on the blocks proposed. The intention is to provide a high-quality urban design through different design elements as part of the site plan for each property or for each block. So this is a slide illustrating what a wrap-style building is. So essentially, it's a building that wraps around 2 inner courtyards, one with a parking structure typically, and one with amenity space. It provides the ability to have a large amount of parking on a site where underground parking maybe is not possible or feasible, such as this, while not having it a standout feature on the site, so it can be hidden from the street and hidden from public view. This is a couple of images showing the inside of these courtyards. The top image would show the inside of the amenity space courtyard. So showing the building with the units looking down into the residential or the amenity courtyard where it's a pool or other types of programmed space. And the images below show, on your left here, for example, is the inner wall of the building, and then your right is a parking structure. This is an open air design. The proposal would be for a closed design, so there would be climate controlled garages. The benefit of this is that you have residents who are able to park on the floors that they live on, so they would drive up to the third floor. If they live on the third floor, park and walk out into a hallway right into their unit. So there's certainly a convenience aspect there, as well as the benefit of hiding that parking. With respect to architectural design, obviously building 4 large buildings at once is a challenge there in terms of making sure that the buildings are interesting in their design, that they create an interesting streetscape, and it's not a replication of multiple buildings on one site. So the intention is to, although the building form is the same in terms of a 6-story building of similar massing, the intention is to create a unique character for each of the buildings. And this is to be done using simple things ranging from awnings, balconies, banners, lighting, to more complex things like the window style design, door treatments, entrance features, using different design features on corners, for example, to give each building a unique identity. Where you have a long city block and a long building face, you would like to ideally break it up so that it's not as long a stretch for pedestrians who are walking, create some interest. So using things like building articulation to create a sense of enclosure within a block, or to create a sense of multiple buildings within the same block face. This can also be done through a mix of facade treatments, so different colors, different types of building materials, or stucco, brick, stone, siding. So though it may be one large building, you are able to create the appearance of multiple buildings in the same block. With respect to heritage, the site is on the Cataraqui River, which is also part of the Rideau Canal, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. An HIS was done, which identified a number of recommendations. 3 takeaways that we're going to highlight here that the HIS identified in consultation with Parks Canada was to keep the building height low, so ideally 6 stories or less, to maintain a naturalized shoreline edge, and to maintain a minimum 30-meter setback from the water to the buildings. The proposed development achieves these things. With respect to sustainable building features, the intention is that it's a modern building. It would implement modern sustainable design and building techniques, including things like energy efficient building practices, car sharing, electric car parking, as well as opportunities for bioenergy, solar heating, and water reclamation. The proponent's also taking part in a study with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities for creating a net zero building, which the intention being that the energy generated, the energy used by the building would be generated on site through things like solar, wind, geothermal, et cetera. With respect to the parkland and open space component, at this time there's 3.75 acres of parkland proposed, an open space proposed. So along the waterfront here, within outside the 30-meter setback, there'll be park space here as well as a central park. And it also provides for a connection or continuation of the KMP and waterfront trail along the water. Currently the KMP trail and waterfront trail moves inland from here. So this would provide an opportunity to extend it and potentially also extend it north to Bell Island. This is consistent with the Kingston Waterfront Master Plan, which identified the tannery site as a potential key component of the Inner Harbor for waterfront parkland space. Another component of the parkland and the open space and the potential public benefit is the provision of space in the water lot for a multi-water sport facility to be home for the Kingston Rowing Club, and also through work of the steering committee, which is exploring the ability to provide space for other multi-water sport users in the community as well. So the picture on the bottom right is an inspiration for design of the proposed facility for a boathouse in the Thousand Islands. Briefly, with respect to roads and infrastructure, the intention is to create new public roads on the site, so a new north-south road and 2 east-west roads through the site through plan of subdivision. So these would be public streets, guaranteeing public access with on-site public street parking as well. Excuse me. One thing that came up through the consultation, and certainly something that we are aware of, was the implications of a project like this for the Wellington Street extension. So the designs that you've seen obviously identify or show the Wellington Street extension on the westerly edge of the site. And we've continued with that simply, or for the simple reason that it's currently, a Wellington Street extension is currently on the books as part of the Transportation Master Plan. So in terms of working within those existing documents, we proceeded on that basis. That being said, we're very cognizant of the fact that the city is in the process of evaluating the Wellington Street extension or alternatives to it, including through the North Kingstown secondary plan. So although they're shown, the Wellington Street extension shown in the plan, we're cognizant that that is certainly something that is up for, or as part of the question that the city's facing at the moment. We had a traffic study that looked at the capacity of existing streets to accommodate the development, and the study concluded that it's not until the majority of the development has been built out that upgrades to the street network would be required. So even though the development is in the process of being reviewed, the need for upgrades to the street network would be much further down the line. So it allows for that time to contemplate and evaluate how the street network should be dealt with in that area. With respect to benefits to the community, we think the provision of a significant new public park, waterfront park, is a benefit. We also have creation of approximately 2,800 full-time jobs over the course of the project, provision of accessible units and provision of affordable housing as part of the project, ability to provide that. Also, the big one of remediating and rehabilitating a highly contaminated site that's been vacant for many years and continues to have a detrimental impact on the area and the environment. The idea of increasing development and density of development on the edge of an existing neighborhood, which could be used to support public transportation, alternative transportation, but also potentially to support existing schools in the area in terms of population base to supplement them. And also a property tax revenue increase of this project would be, there's anticipated to be approximately $95 million over 30 years. I'll briefly speak to the planning policy, as this is a Planning Act public meeting. To evaluate the application with respect to the provincial policy statement as well as the official plan and the zoning bylaw amendment. We are of the opinion that the requested amendments are consistent with the intent of the provincial policy statement as they identified in the 2014 PPS. So we're of the opinion that it's consistent with the PPS. With respect to the official plan, we've asked for amendments to the designation of the lands, particularly to square off essentially the residential designation along the north and northeast corners, and to redesignate the commercial lands to residential. The amendment also asks for amendments to the riparian corridor overlays, consistent with the adjustment to the EPA, the Environmental Protection Designation, as well as removal of a significant woodland overlay. There's also an amendment to the CIP proposed, which would allow the site to be eligible for certain specific funding under the CIP. This is a slide showing the proposed official plan amendment. The area outlined in red essentially would become yellow, including the orange, so this would all be designated residential, and this matches the envelope of development proposed. With respect to the environmental protection designations, we are proposing to adjust that consistent with what was supported by the EIS. The intention there being to recognize the extent of the wetland and also allow for a portion of the wetland to be filled consistent with the environmental study and the remediation strategy proposed for the lands. And with respect to the residential designation, as I said already, to simply redesignate the lands entirely residential, removing the commercial and adjusting the boundary to match the proposed development envelope. With respect to the CIP amendment, we were asking that the proposed development be able to be eligible to access other financial incentives that were previously in the CIP prior to an amendment by council at the end of 2017. So in summary, with respect to the planning documents, the official plan specifically, we have the opinion that it satisfies the tests of the official plan and constitutes good land use planning. With respect to zoning, the existing zoning of the site is an interesting zoning. There's two zones primarily on the site. This is a B3 site-specific zoning that currently allows for a maximum of 790 dwelling units with no height limit. So it's an interesting history there. There's also, there's a height limit there, but the commercial zoning in the C2.136 allows for a hotel operation with no height limit there. So there is a fairly permissive zoning already in place on the property that's been there for quite some time. And what this tells us generally is that even though you have a number of units permitted, the cost of remediation, the cost and the risk associated with the site is greater than what would be afforded or what would be supported by the existing zoning for that number of units. So we are proposing to amend the zoning to increase the allowance to allow for the 1,500 residential units, as well as the mixed use, the commercial, and the parkland component as well along the water. Notable areas of change for the zoning would be to allow the additional units within the 6-story building envelopes, as well as minor reductions in the minimum amount of landscaped open space, reduce the commercial parking requirements, and to reduce the formal bicycle parking requirements to 0.15 spaces per unit. And lastly, with respect to the draft plan of subdivision, this simply shows the proposed residential blocks, so block 1, 3, 4, and 5, the new public streets, and the parkland blocks, and the water lot. Those are proposed to be created through the plan of subdivision. So in summary, we're of the opinion that the applications are consistent with the PPS, they conform to the official plan policies as proposed to be amended, and they're compatible with the existing adjacent uses, and they represent good land use planning. And we are of the opinion they should be approved. We did have some proactive public consultation leading up to this meeting because it is a complex property, a complex history and proposal, and we wanted to be able to share some additional information with interested stakeholder groups. So we were able to meet with 10 different groups and about 50 people and talk about the site and get some feedback as well. So as the owner noted, we're starting this planning process where we're expecting to have conversations and dialogue with people about how the project can be made better. And so as part of that, we heard a variety of different pieces of feedback, questions about the building footprint, building form, concerns about impacts in natural habitat, support for the project to allow for the remediation of the lands, et cetera. So it was a very time well spent in terms of getting that type of feedback and allowing for that conversation to happen. So in conclusion, the proponents excited to work with the city and create and improve the vision for the lands to make it as best as possible for the city of Kingston, for the residents. Certainly the site has a lot of challenges, as evidenced by its years of vacancy. But we are of the opinion that the site and the project proposed can be redeveloped and be of great benefit to the community. Thank you for your time and your patience, and look forward to questions.
Great, thank you very much. Very quickly, if there's somebody from planning that can kind of introduce themselves as being active on this file. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Andrea Furness.
Thank you very much. And I introduce the committee, and just as a quick explanation, we'll begin by going to the committee for any questions or comments they might have, and then we open it up for the floor. And there are a couple of visiting councillors. We always give the courtesy to any councillor to attend a meeting and to be recognized to ask questions or make comments. So members of the committee, I'll start at my left, Councillor Osanek and Councillor Oosterhoff, Councillor McLaren, Councillor Turner, and our visiting councillors are Councillor Candon and Councillor Hutchison. And I would like to, And before I get started, if I could just ask, there are very strict fire regulations. We need to keep this doorway open at all times. And I mentioned before, we're slightly above capacity. So I'm going to turn a blind eye, but at some point, if more people come in, I'll have to stop the meeting and ask some people to go watch it in the far room. So tonight, the gentleman on my left isn't my bodyguard. It's Peter Toma, who's the facilitator for tonight, and he's a partner at Urban Metrics. And he'll be conducting the public portion of this meeting. So I will tag team to him. There you go. It's all yours.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Peter Toma. I'm a partner with the firm Urban Metrics. My role tonight is to act as a little bit of a facilitator. There are over, I think I have about 30 people on the speakers list. So my role is to try to run this meeting as efficiently as possible and trying to ensure that everybody who has come out tonight, has an opportunity to speak of the things that they want to address this particular application. I want to remind everybody that there was a sign-in sheet. In order to speak tonight, you will have to fill in the sign-in sheet and put yourself on the list of speakers. There'll be 2 microphones on either side of the room, and what I'm going to be doing is going to members of the public, 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'll be calling out those numbers. So if you are registered to speak, you would have been issued a number. And so we'll be giving people an opportunity to speak for 5 minutes, and I'm going to try to be as ruthless with the 5-minute rule as possible. At 30 plus speakers, we could potentially be here a while. So I want to make sure that we're running that as efficiently as possible. You will only have one opportunity to speak. There won't be an opportunity for you to get your name back on the list and come back at the end of the night. It's one opportunity to speak. I do want to sort of set some of the ground rules. We're trying to ensure that everybody is respectful of all the participants. We are open to all the ideas that the public bring to the table, and what we want to do is ensure that the best plan is actually brought forward, and that it reflects the thoughts and insights of the public. We just want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to speak, that people have an opportunity to speak without interruption, that we respect the opinions of everybody that comes to the room. No shout outs, no clapping, no signs. I don't see any signs here tonight. So we just want to make sure that it's as inclusive and as informative and as insightful as possible. So if I can just use this opportunity as one final thing is to remind everybody to turn their cell phones off.
Thank you very much. And if Mr. Smith could grab a piece of the wall over there, I just mentioned we need to keep the doorway clear. So if you want to step in and grab a space on a wall, that would be great. So I will ask first if there are any members of the committee that have any questions or comments? Councillor Zanuck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start it off. I first want to thank IBI Group for holding all the information sessions that they did. That was unique. I don't know if we've ever seen that done before, and you held a lot of them, and when Councillor Hutchinson and I met with you, you gave us 2 hours of your time after doing other sessions during that day, and that was really appreciated and gave us a good kickoff to, understanding this project more. So definitely appreciated. There's no question from all the letters that we got in the addeds tonight that this project is highly supported by all members of the rowing club. There's also no question that the lands are heavily contaminated at Davis Tannery, no question about that, and that developing these lands, 1,500 units, would be a big boost in tax revenue for property taxes, no question about that. There is concerns like you talked about tonight about Wellington Street extension and if that means going through Doug Fleur Park or not, where a lot of renovations have been done recently. And my questions tonight basically are going to relate to environmental protection of the shoreline. And it was good to hear tonight that in the diagram that shows concrete along the pathway, that is going to be naturalized similar to what's right now in Doug Fleur Park and along the Woolen Mill. So that's definitely good news. So one question that we did talk about at the information session was how the lands will be remediated and that there's different types. There's the cap, but then there's also like the clear cutting of the land to actually remove all that contaminated soil. So I just wondered if anyone can address, like, why does the entire site, unless this is wrong, have to be clear cut and, you know, all in once? If there is going to be phases, you know, 4 phases, or I think in something tonight, I heard 6 or 8 phases of development over up to like 10 to 12 years. How come it can't be done in different phases? And that too would, you know, just help, you know, keep some of the trees. Like I know a lot of the letters, they say how ugly the land is. Well, yeah, the soil underneath it, no question, is full of toxicants. But right now, there is that second growth forest on it. So other than where all the homeless people are living and creating fires in those shopping carts and that sort of unwanted activity, the rest of the land does have good trees and some trees that are really old, and we got some locusts in there and some black walnut trees and oak trees. So if someone could just address the phase, if there could be phasing of the clear-cut land, or if everything has to be done all in one swoop, and why, and is that dictated by MOECC, or like who has the authority to say that? Thank you.
So with regards to the phasing of the site, we spent a reasonable amount of time on this to date. We're still investigating all the different options. The whole site does need to be cleared. All of the soils on the site have to be cleared. The current plan is basically trying to RA a good portion of the site. RA is a risk assessment, so we're not going to be removing all of the soil. We're trying to keep as much of it on site as possible. We're also actively investigating soil washing as an opportunity for the site. In that process, lands are moved from one side to the other. So when you look at all of it as a whole, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to leave maybe a quarter of the trees there and then have to knock them down a little bit later. It's also, in terms of developing and constructing the site, it makes it a cleaner site for us to deal with in one shot. The idea would be to try to clear the site, bring it back to more of a grass state in a temporary situation, and then remediate parts as we need to. But really, there's a bunch of different chunks that need to be kind of brought together and moved around, and it's kind of like putting a puzzle together. So we're only sending the really bad soils off, and we've got some other stuff that we can kind of stockpile in the other bits and pieces.
So it would be that, like, if it does take 10 years to develop, that then, like, the one condo that you're doing, the one building that you're doing at a time, all the rest of the land will have nothing on it.
Generally speaking, yeah. And I want you to remember the person that'll be most impacted by how that land looks is actually me. I can't have an active construction site. I can't have something that looks like debris because I'm actively trying to convince people to live there. So we need to make sure if we're going to have hundreds of people living there, they don't want to live at a construction site. So we're going to be doing everything we can in our power to make sure that space looks good and is actually useful as much as possible. My goal would be to take as much as we can and just, if possible, just make grass on it so that it's at least temporarily usable.
And then for the short and, you know, doing that waterfront pathway, can that be done in like the first phase so that at least that part, you know, will look nice and pretty along the water?
My goal would be work with the city to try to have as much of the park space done as soon as possible within the project. That's really our goal. It's a conversation that continues with the city and working all that out. But from my side of things, I certainly want to see all of the park developed right of way and those spaces accessible to the public as soon as possible.
Thank you. Can I keep going, Chair, or do you want to do different rounds, or
Sorry?
can I keep going? Questions?
Yeah, you can ask a further question.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chair. So then probably a question to IBI Group. We've heard now the CRCA, well, we've read the CRCA comments, and just this week, the Parks Canada comments. And they definitely seem to have concerns about the 30-meter buffer along there and trying to keep as much as the land in a naturalized state, because we don't want to jeopardize our UNESCO designation for the Rideau Canal at all. And so I just wondered if you can comment on, if we do have to remove everything right to the shoreline, you know, how that might work, or if you need more time, right? Just how that might work.
Just through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so as I said, any complicated or large-scale project like this is going to take a lot of back and forth and a lot of working through. Parks Canada is concerned. Conservation Authority has comments. We're meeting with them hopefully next week to start the preliminary process of working through those comments as well. I know our heritage impact statement authors work closely with Parks Canada in coming up with a recommendation, and so acknowledging that we have to work on addressing those comments. And I think part of what Parks Canada, I think, would have seen, and certainly the Conservation Authority would see, is the type of rendering that is there. And, admittedly, we've said that rendering is kind of a fanciful, I guess, our landscape architect's interpretation of what that shoreline space would look like. So I think what our intention is in the next phase when we revise and update plans is we're going to show something that addresses those recommendations from the HIS in terms of naturalized shoreline edge, revegetation, et cetera. So yeah, that's certainly something that we're cognizant of and working towards addressing as part of kind of the process that we're entering into right now.
Thank you. So we do have to remove everything right to the water sled edge. And if we could create then that pathway in phase one, as then the first building's going up, we could also revegetate that 30-meter buffer as much as possible as well with that pathway along there.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. My next questions, Mr. Chair, go with the EIS, the Environmental Impact Study that was done. And basically the turtles and the berm that's in the north corner there, I believe that's where the berm is according to the picture in the EIS. I think what I had originally heard at our information session was that I know the berm is right now on federal lands, but if you can purchase those federal lands, and then make them as part of the project, I think I heard that the berm would then, that entire area that's purchased from the federal government would have to be decontaminated as well, which means that the berm would have to be taken away. Or is that not true? Did I misunderstand it? Can the berm stay throughout the entire project if you take ownership of the federal lands, which I think is what you want to do eventually if it can be worked out?
I'll answer that, I guess.
I'm going to try to find a good image.
The federal lands portion, we're in discussions or starting discussions with the federal government on those. And Kevin can attest to it, he's our environmental engineer. Effectively, all of that land needs to be remediated or risk assessed, and we're doing the analysis to find out if that means all of that needs to be cleared or if some of it can stay. The end result is we really do want to make that a path, a park, and it would be turned over to the city. So when I go to the city staff and say, do you guys want something that's contaminated, they're going to say, clean it up and then give it to us. So it's an ongoing discussion. We have to do more science to find out whether or not it's a risk assessment thing or whether there's soils in there that actually need to be removed.
Thank you. So,
Could I ask, Excellent questions, but can we spread the wealth a little bit and you save some of your questions for?
Yes, no problem. I
Afterwards.
didn't hog the show.
I appreciate that. Yes, Councillor Turner.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Two quick questions. Lisa asked all the environmental questions, so I'm going to switch tones here and ask a little bit about economic development. I see that you've included in your slides that you're looking at the rowing club as a boathouse, and when I did speak with you and I had our meeting, I suggested that if you could look at that and maybe upgrade it, so I was really pleased to see that you are looking at that. And I sent off a picture of Dow's Lake. They have a pavilion, and maybe we could put a restaurant or something in terms of a destination so people could ride their bikes up the path and stop and have a beer or have a burger or something like that and enjoy the waterfront. Also, I was wondering about the commercial zoning, if you would be open to putting commercial tenants in the front by the water. I noticed it's at the back. I noticed in Kingston we don't have a lot of restaurants or commercial tenants on the water, and I think that might be of some value.
So to deal with the last question, the commercial along the front, it's certainly something I'm open to looking at. I want to create a destination that people that live down here go there, really. And I love walking along those paths. I've literally walked that path thousands of times. I want to have something that's there, and I will look for an opportunity to put some sort of vendor or restaurant or something like that there. And if we can find somebody that's going to be able to operate commercially viable there, then I'm open to that for sure. In terms of the boathouse, the picture there is more the direction that they're currently looking towards. So something that's similar to what you'd find along the Rideau Canal in a kind of turn-of-the-century boathouse. This is actually from Alex Bay, that boathouse there.
Thanks.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, any questions from our visiting councillors? Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Questions that sort of follow along what, in part, what Councillor Sank was speaking of. And that is, the first one was, it had to do with the clearing of the site. And you indicated it was for easier construction and a couple other reasons. What I'm concerned about is toxic runoff once you remove the vegetation. And I'm wondering what mitigating measures you would be using.
I'm Kevin Shipley from XCG, the environmental consultant. So we don't anticipate a problem with runoff of contaminated soil into the water as a result of the tree removal, because a number of mitigating measures will be put in place to prevent that from happening. There are erosion control methods that will be implemented, including use of silt fences. It may not be necessary to remove the vegetation completely right up to the water's edge. It may be possible to leave some of that in place, depending on whether we require access to those areas. So there's going to be potentially a vegetative fringe along the water. There'll be use of, if there is a requirement for removing any material right at the water's edge, there would be plans in place to prevent that contaminated sediment from getting out into the river. We can use things like silt curtains, monitoring of the water quality inside and outside the silt curtain, and silt fences as well, to minimize the amount of sediment movement. So we anticipate with using these measures and ensuring that new grass-type vegetation is quickly established over the disturbed areas, that it will minimize any problems of that type.
So would you would have to get the authorization of the CRCA and the Parks Canada for those measures, correct?
Yes, that's right. Any kind of work that would be carried out near the water's edge would require the appropriate permitting from those authorities.
Can I continue?
Thank you. Oh,
A couple of other questions. The other one was, is there any opportunity that the waterfront buffer, or the ribbon of life, as it's called, would be greater than 30 meters? It's mentioned in, I can't remember whether it was the CRCA or Parks Canada, but I think it was the CRCA mentioned possibility because of significant woodland and other considerations being closer to 40 meters?
That's a good question, thank you. So the actual setback, I don't know if I have a great image that will illustrate that better than others. I'll use this one, I guess, for lack of a better one. So the actual setback of the buildings is proposed to be at a couple of points more or less at the 30 meters, but a vast majority of it will be beyond 30 meters. So for example, there's a black line you can see cutting through here. So this is the 30-meter line, and then you can see that the building is in many cases well beyond that. I think a lot of, a 40-meter setback of purely grass landscaped area right down to the water. Most biologists, based on my experience with these types of developments, will tell you that is not necessarily better than, say, a 30-meter setback where you have appropriate landscaping and other mitigation measures for runoff, et cetera, within those lands. So I think there's a question of the quality of the setback and how that setback is programmed versus the actual number of the setback. They aren't necessarily going to be, I guess, determinative of the end effect of it. So again, though, I think as we're entering into this process, receiving that type of feedback from the Conservation Authority, something we're going to look into and be speaking with them about next week.
Thank you for that. I think you answered this, but just to be sure, this arises under the CRCA comments as well, and it was a thought I had prior to reading that, and that is, are the buildings built to the edge of the 30-meter setback?
Yes. So this one, excuse me, is a bit. So again, it's not a very clear image, but we have a line on all our drawings that shows a 30-meter setback. So it's this is probably right here where it shows it the best. It's a black line. So there are a couple of points like here and here where it touches, where it's right at 30 meters. But for the most part, the building face, particularly since it's actually stepped back into these inner alcove areas, the majority of the building face is well back from the 30-meter edge. Some of the renderings are not properly shown in perspective, I guess. So it's these overhead views that are probably more accurate in terms of showing the setback. So they are all at or outside the 30 meters.
thank you. Were you staying for the full meeting? I just don't want most of our time. Can you save them for later? Thank you. Councillor Cantor.
Thank you. And through a quick question about public art, I see on the one island there, it looks like there's going to be a public art feature, but does the site have designated public art features in its proposal, or is that something you're going to consider as you go forward?
So when we gave this site to a landscape architect, I said, go wild, come up with something crazy and fun. Let's have something that when other people come to our city, they say, that's neat. And they take a picture of it beside themselves with it. That's the goal. I want to do something, whether that's appropriate to what the Rideau Canal system says and everything else, but I'd love to have a large piece of public art that's there, that people come from other cities and say, that's really cool. I was in Washington a couple weeks ago, and they've got all sorts of great statues and public art and things like this, and I'd love to add some of that to our community.
Thank you. If the Vice Chair could take, I have two very quick questions, so thank you. The first question is for staff. We've received, I know Councillor Sanik and myself have received a number of requests for the Parks Canada response to the plans and to the Cataraqui Conservation Authority. I'm wondering if and when those can be put on dash so that we don't have to keep deep-throating them to people in the community that ask for them. So,
Yes, thank you, Yeah, they can be put on, they're part of the public record now that they have been submitted, so they are part in the files. So if there is an interest in that, that can be accommodated on Dash.
great, so they'll be going on dash in the near future. Excellent. And I have a quick question for Mr. Patry. You may have heard me whine before about all of the payment in lieu of parkland funds that come from the core of the city that end up developing beautiful suburban parks, but not a lot in the core of the city. Is your intention to be able to totally fulfill your commitment for parkland without having to rely on payment in lieu of parkland with this site?
And I don't know the exact number, so I'll give Mark, the speaker after this, but my understanding is we greatly exceed the dedicated, or the requirement for parkland dedication on this site.
Yeah, I don't have the exact number, but I do know that we are able to provide the setback, or sorry, we are able to provide the required parkland dedication on the site. There are some areas, obviously, where along the edges where there's a city parkland bylaw about what qualifies as parkland space. So I think there may be some areas that would not necessarily meet the standard definition for parkland, but outside of those areas, there's still sufficient land to meet the parkland dedication requirement.
And the surface park, just a quick question about the surface parking on the western portion for the commercial. Would it be your intention to put that parking in? My concern is that surface parking on that residential, on the side of the community, might look very, very excessive if you have a lot of vacant parking spaces there prior to the commercial build-out.
Thanks, good question. Yeah, and that's certainly one of the comments that came back, or one of the notes from the Heritage Impact Study was to try to minimize the amount of surface parking on the site. And the intention there is to provide a minimum amount of surface parking that is typically desirable for at-grade commercial uses. So the building itself, the parking structures inside do allow or do have excess capacity essentially beyond the residential. So there's the ability to provide parking for commercial within the garages as well. So I think that's one of the things we're looking at, what happens with the western edge, how is it best treated with respect to the interface with the neighborhood to the west. So.
Thank you very much. And I'm about to turn it over to the public, but if I could just make a quick comment. Be very strict with the 5 minutes. Please, if you've heard other people making your comments, if you could, or you're making your points, if you could kindly just say, oh, and I agree with this point, and move on. Otherwise, I'm going to be looking at all of you at midnight. So I'd appreciate that. And I'll now, the two spaces, we can use this chair and this mic right here for this side of the room, and we'll use that one. Yeah, we can use this one and this mic on this side of the room. We have the names, and we'll just work our way down 5 at a time. At the end, your questions will be duly noted. We'll do five comments at a time, and then give staff and the proponents an opportunity to respond. Okay, so the floor is all yours.
Okay, well, why don't we begin the public deputations and delegations? And so the first speaker that I have, you are holding the lucky number 1, Peter Costangis.
Thank you. Members of Planning Committee, staff, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak here this evening. My name is Peter Costaginas. I'm with Cushman Wakefield Real Estate. I'm here this evening to speak in favor of the development. We are of the opinion that this project would rehabilitate the long neglected and contaminated former industrial site. It would beautify the inner harbor, waterfront, and extend the waterfront trail for use of tenants and the public. At the same time, it will also provide residential intensification in an area with existing infrastructure and transit, and include new opportunities for employment and recreation through the commercial and retail spaces and water sport facility. The commercial retail spaces would help to make the community self-sustaining and reduce traffic generation from the development. The residential intensification would additionally benefit the City of Kingston through taxes generated. We are extremely well acquainted with this property, and my familiarity goes back to 1984. This is the first time I've seen a very credible project that has been proposed that includes the remediation and the redevelopment, and we think this would be a welcome and exciting enhancement to the Inner Harbor. Thank you.
Okay, the second speaker that we have is Michael Vandenberg. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Michael Vandenberg. I'm currently the president of the Kingston Rowing Club, and we have been longtime users of the shoreline and waters of the Inner Harbor, having been situated on the north edge of Emma Martin Park since 1977. So for 40 years, we've facilitated literally thousands of people getting onto the water in Kingston. During that time, the club and myself personally, we've experienced firsthand issues with contaminated land and water. Rowers, some of the children who row through the club are younger than 10 years old, are encouraged to shower as soon as they leave the water, especially if they're in touch with it during late summer season times when there's toxic algae blooms. And we've also witnessed firsthand the unfortunate situation of the homeless population on the proposed site. It's not uncommon for us to come down to the club at 5:30 in the morning and see emergency response vehicles parked there to help the people who are on that spot. So we don't only see problems, we've also seen great improvements, particularly in recent years. We were very happy with the city's efforts to deal with toxins leaching from Emma Martin Park into the Inner Harbor. We were felt like partners with the city in that process. We're listened to and accommodated through that process. And we've been excited to see the K&P trail improvements. They've brought many more Kingstonians past our doors and given us more opportunities to bring more people to the sport of rowing and to enjoy the waterfront and the water in the Inner Harbor. So I'm here to support the proposed development. We see it addressing environmental and social issues. It's also an excellent opportunity for the Kingston Rowing Club to provide us with a new home on the Inner Harbor. Our facilities are aging. This is an opportunity for us to have purpose-built, modern facility that meets the needs of rowers and will allow us to bring many more people to the waterfront and many more people to experience water sports in Kingston in a way that's safe, accessible, and sustainable for our club and for Kingston. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. If we can have the third speaker, and I've been reminded that when you do step up to the microphone, if you could actually just state your name and your address for the record. And the next speaker I have is Morgan Jarvis.
Morgan Jarvis, and I live on York Street, north of Princess, in a neighborhood which I would not have wanted to live in 15 years ago when I was a student. And I am so pleased to come back to the city, seeing this exciting development going on here now, and happy to live in a vibrant downtown community where things are really happening. I talk to students every day, and a lot of them want to move back to Toronto. And I think we're at the cusp now of being able to say that this is actually a city where you can stay, you can start your business here, and there's young people, young entrepreneurs like you in this city who want to live downtown, live in really cool developments like this on the waterfront, and walk down to all the amazing pubs and shops and restaurants on Princess Street, and grow, raise their children, have exciting lives and careers in Kingston, not Toronto, not Waterloo, Canada's tech hub. They could do it here. And I really think this project is part of that. And I'd like to encourage the city not to group all rowers in one voice. We are all very different people who've gone to do different things and either stayed in the city or come back to the city for very different reasons. And the reason you'll hear from so many rowers is because we're probably the only part of the population in the city who spent so much time there and asked, why has this site not been developed? You've been waiting 50 years for a developer as bold as Mr. Patry to take on that site. The amount of money and the hassle that's going to be for him is nobody else will touch it. You're probably another 50 years till someone else even thinks about it. So I really encourage you to think strongly about not passing this opportunity. This is really a part of Kingston's vision of being an innovative, forward-thinking city, perhaps Kingston's most livable city when this project's done.
Thank you very much. We have the fourth speaker is Clayton Regan. Is that right? Rigo.
So my name is Clayton Rigo, 7 North Shore Road in Gananoque. Just wanted to voice my opinions from a personal housing perspective. It hasn't necessarily been touched on as much as of lately, but young professional with a growing family. I've lived in the Kingston area for many years now, and if anybody's familiar with the CMHC housing reports that have come out over the last probably 3 months, Kingston's vacancy rate is published to decline. My wife and I have been looking at moving our young family for the last probably 6 months, and we're specific of moving our family east of the Division Street area. Anybody that's looked to do so, I think, would agree that that's not an easy task. Whether you're looking at considering a single-family dwelling, a condominium, or a rental property to call your next home. I believe the Davis Tannery is one of many sites in the city of Kingston that will contribute to a stronger local economy, creating jobs and housing for locals like myself to give us the opportunity to stay within the city of Kingston opposed to being forced to consider moving out of the city of Kingston. I, like some, some may have the opportunity to consider other areas as relocating with the profession that I'm in. And that's not something that I want to do. And the thing that I would, encourage the city to not overlook is look at the support that we have in the room. I think there's a lot of people on board with a project like this. I think everyone's addressed the economic side of it, the environmental side of it. That's something that all has to be considered behind the scenes, but I think we need to look at what the individuals in the city are looking for and what the individuals in the city need. And I think our east end of the city and our waterfront is desperate for it. I consider ourselves a young, active family that loves to spend time on the water, and we are consistently traveling away from our city to spend time on the water. It would be nice to be able to have an opportunity to reside on the water or visit a place on the water other than our basin, which is really our sole focus point of the city and the waterfront that it has to offer, even though we're surrounded by water. And just on a closing note, I know that in business or in profession or personally, we always worry about what other people think. I really encourage the city to not be afraid to be different in this scenario. As aggressive as a project this may seem, I really believe it brings great things for our city. Thank you.
Okay, for the next speaker or speakers, I have Alex Bernst and Louise Monroe.
Just Alex Bernst, actually, 97 Collingwood Street.
Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
So, hello. I'm an athlete representative from Kingston's growing community, and speaking on behalf of my peers, would like to voice our strong support for the proposed development, giving special consideration to the multi-purpose water sport facility included. Now, rowing in Kingston has spanned several decades, creating new avenues for fun and friendship, world-class athletes, and bringing communities together. Our current facility is deteriorating fast, and club property, as well as personal property, has been stolen on countless occasions. And this new facility would really promote active living in the city of Kingston and would provide athletes with proper training grounds. And for those reasons, we strongly support the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. So we had just a housekeeping. We said we were going to consolidate and roll up some questions, sort of after our first five speakers, after our next five speakers. I've heard the first five speakers, and I don't have any specific questions, so I think we will move on to our sixth speaker, and that would be Michael Davidson. Michael Davidson, he's off the list. Okay, then we'll move on to number 7, and that is Ryan Slate, if you could come to the microphone.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ryan Slate. I'm a secondary school teacher in the city, and I reside at 824 Crestwood Avenue in the West End. Tonight, I'd just like to reference the City of Kingston's strategic plan that was set out for the years 2015 to 2018. Outlined in the strategic plan are 6 priority areas, and 4 of these 6 areas, in my view, align perfectly with this proposed project, the Davis Tannery redevelopment. The first priority outlined was the council's priorities, to invest in infrastructure. And the proposed development does exactly this. It provides high-quality housing, which is great, in really great demand, and it provides really usable green space for the community and Kingstonians to enjoy. Secondly, under the Plan a Livable City initiative, I see this proposal as increasing the quality of life for Kingstonians. The project will be a source of pride, I think, for the city. In the current state, the Tannery area is not a source of pride, nor is it usable for Kingstonians. Thirdly, the priority of being a green city means that we have a moral obligation to preserve and protect our environment. And as we all know, the Rideau Canal is a World Heritage Site, and the contamination leaching into the Cataraqui River needs to be addressed. So Patry Incorporated will clean up the brownfields in this very sensitive ecological area. And lastly, and perhaps most importantly, the city has vowed to advance a vibrant waterfront. And the balanced and respectful proposal put forth by the developer really accomplishes this priority. So for these reasons, I'm a full supporter of this proposal.
Thank you. The next speaker is number 8, and if Stuart Robinson could come to the mic.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Stuart Robinson. I live at 78 Point St. Mark Drive on the east side of Kingston. I've lived in Kingston for about 12 years as a Queens grad, and recently my wife and I, my 2 kids, have moved back from the city of Ottawa. I'm in full support of the Davis Tannery project. I think it represents a pivotal point for our city, our Kingston residents, to really enjoy a vibrant inner harbor. The project provides an opportunity to have a vibrant inner harbor for all city residents to enjoy. Having recently come from the city of Ottawa, I've seen the benefits of having a viable inner harbor. The Dow's Lake, Mooney's Bay, Hogsback Park all represent glaring examples of how cities can benefit, all city residents can benefit as a place where they can come together. Swimming, kayaking, canoeing, beach volleyball, running, skating, just sitting down, enjoying a sunset or a sunrise. It just is a place for community members to come together. Other activities that are known to happen with a viable Inner Harbor include corporate team building events such as dragon boating. It's a place for competitive clubs to develop future Olympians. Small rental businesses can be set up to support local economy, like kayak rental places, paddle boards, skating rentals. I'm a professional engineer by trade. In the interest of time, I fully support the environmental reviews that have been presented in other literature that I've read. I'm in full agreement to. I'm a full supporter of this project. I think it's a tremendous opportunity for our community. It's going to be a place where all our community members can come together and enjoy, and it really represents a pivotal point for our city.
Thank you very much. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to get the speakers to sort of get ready at either mics. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask Mr. Dave Carnegie and Lori Ross to come down to each of the mics. If you could go to the other mic, that would be great.
Good evening. I'm Dave Carnegie. I'm a resident of Albert Street in the Williamsville district. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm here to speak as a member of the community that's had the good fortune of being able to play and work on the shores of the Inner Harbor for nearly 20 years. I usually don't come to planning meetings because I usually defer to the professionals and those that are elected to represent us to come to a good consensus and reach an optimum solution. This project is of particular interest to me because as an environmental professional, not engaged on this project, but just somebody who's aware of the challenges brownfield sites face. This is one that's a big problem, has been a big challenge for the city, and I would love to see this property finally become unstuck and be returned to an asset rather than a liability. I note that the city is aspiring to be a leader in innovation and sustainability. Redeveloping a site like this, I think, would speak a lot towards our community steps to be taking on that leadership role. Finally, I know there are some concerns about the risks of the contamination on the site and how that will be managed. I can speak from experience in my own practice that there's very strict legislation around this. It's managed by the province, not at the municipal level. There's no shortcutting rules. The people who are going to be involved in this process are highly trained, licensed professionals that must meet professional standards and high ethical standards to look out for the community. At the legislative level, all of the reports that will be submitted in support of redevelopment will be peer reviewed by professionals at the Ministry of the Environment. I just like to voice my support for, or my belief in the system that's in place to manage those risks, and those risks include consideration of human and ecological health. So that's all I had to say tonight. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Lori Ross.
There we go. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm the parent of two rowers who were introduced to the sport by volunteer coaches at Kingston Rowing Club when they were in grade 9. And they've continued with the sport, both of them now rowing at the university level, at their university clubs or their teams, and one of them here at Queen's. I'm now also a member of the volunteer board of directors for the Kingston Rowing Club. I'm speaking in favor of the project, and I neglected to mention my name, Lori Ross, 82 Kenwood Circle. As a parent of rowers, I've appreciated how the Kingston Rowing Club has had a deliberate strategy to keep fees as low as possible. That's made the sport accessible to anyone who wants to participate, and they can. And that's been done through volunteer coaches. It's been done through the boats, which are worth tens of thousands of dollars, have been donated by generous benefactors, as well as money raised by the rowers themselves. So again, that's kept the sport accessible with lower fees. And right now, we have this amazing opportunity to have a new boathouse, thanks to Mr. Patri's leadership. A new boathouse would allow us to expand the programming available to both recreational and competitive athletes and rowers in Kingston. And those rowers, I should add, start in their preteens and they go right up to seniors. So it's a wonderful opportunity for many Kingstonians. As others have mentioned to this project, the overall project addresses many of the priorities of the city. But again, what I wanted to emphasize was the opportunity for us to expand programming to more participants in Kingston. And I should note as well that the rowing club is strategically placed in a great spot to be accessible to youth in the downtown and North End neighborhoods. It's in a great spot to expand our opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll say the next four speakers just to get people on deck. The next speaker will be Grace Jackson, followed by Lawrence Trainer, followed by James Ward, and Claudia Anderson. I think I got that right.
Hi, my name is Grace Jackson. I live at 835 Ironwood Road. I'm a grade 11 student at KCVI. I've been rowing for 3 years now and have been in the rowing community for 7 years. Our team at KCVI, both during the club season and the varsity season, use the boathouse as a central hub, along with many other high schools across multiple school boards in Kingston. The current boathouse no longer meets the needs of the various community groups that use the space, and the proposed new boathouse, I think, is essential to enabling us to continue a long history of rowing. It will be able to accommodate to the needs of a growing community that participate in on-water sports. And this development, specifically the boathouse, will be a valuable advancement for the rowing community, especially those of us in high school. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Lawrence Trainer?
Okay. Hi. I'm not a rower. I am here tonight to support the proposed development of the Davis Tannery site. Before saying any further, just for the interest of clarity, Rogers & Trainer is my company, and that our company has some leasing with Patry Developments, but on the acquisition of this site, we were not involved, and we have no financial involvement in that site. I just come here plainly to speak in support of the site because I don't want to belabor this because everybody else was extremely brief, which was really great. I won't want to address any of the technical aspects of the proposal or the 12 studies and reports that have been commissioned by the developer. However, I think that there's certain, repeat some of the benefits of this site, which are that it's in easy walking distance of the city, are easily cycled, and also within easy access of the public transport to bring into the city. Also, the commercial portion of the development would also service not only the apartment dwellers, but also the local community who, over the last number of years, have seen an erosion of local shops and services. It'll also clean up a very polluted site. And it will also provide access to the public to waterfront that has not been given freely over to anybody for about almost over 100 years. So when I heard about this site, I was extremely excited because I thought to myself, this is going to tackle one of the last great eyesores in this city. I've deleted some of the stuff out of here. That's why I'm stumbling a little because I'm trying to speed this up. It would appear from my reading, a lot of the concerns that people might have is to do with the amount of green space provided, the environmental impact, and the overall density of the project. I would say that the environmental issues are all going to be addressed under the existing municipal and provincial guidelines, the MOE, and these sort of people. these are not in the control of the developer. These are regulated and controlled. So I would not have concerns about what happens with the environmental conditions. The green space also is regulated under the site plan control. The density is possibly the only issue that some people have, and I think that you've got to bear in mind that this is an extremely problematic site. And the only way anybody's going to take it on is to be able to maximize the development, to be able to validate and justify why they're doing this. This is very similar to another site that was in the city, Block D, I'm sure a lot of you remember. And a lot of people, including the local councillor for that ward, and represented large groups of people who were very upset about this development of that site. That happened 11 years ago. And to my knowledge, there's been no negative feedback since. Indeed, quite the opposite. It only added to the quality of life to all of the people in the city who now use it for jogging, walking, and in my case, simply strolling. It's become an attraction, and it's a focal point for many visitors. That site was very badly polluted. The Davis Tannery site is infinitely worse. It's languished in a state of decay for over 44 years. Other developers, nobody else has tried to tackle this site, despite the fact that the city have got skilled and capable developers, including the developers of the Block D, and even an attempt by Rideau Renewalty, who purchased the site in 2007. No one has taken the enormously difficult task of developing this site until now. Despite the fact that there is financial assistance from community improvement programs, still nobody has taken it up. And part of that is due to the fact that there are a huge amount of unknowns associated with this property, plus the zoning, plus the OP. This exceptionally difficult site can only happen if there's going to be flexibility on the zoning on the OP, which is why...
30 seconds.
30
to wrap
seconds,
up.
my goodness. All I'm basically saying is that if you don't work with this developer, nobody else is going to be doing this project. And we're all going to be sitting here and looking at that same decrepit site. You need to give flexibility to this project, both for zoning and the OP. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is James Ward and Gavin Anderson, and followed by Frank Dixon and Laurel Klaus Johnson.
Thank you. My name is James Ward, 20 Gore Street. Thank you, City Councillors, Planning Committee, and City staff. I've been involved in urban planning and development for about 25 years, and something that, just from more of a macro perspective, people often forget that the world is growing. Canada, the population of Canada is growing, the population of Ontario is growing, and this city is growing. And even if it's a 2% per annum growth rate, that means the population of the city will double in 35 years. If the urban boundaries are being limited and infill and intensification is the policy, then these projects are really essential. They're essential for providing places for people to live. We already have I think the lowest vacancy rate in the province, and we have a crisis of affordability. By opposing this development and others like it, the unintended consequences are that we make those problems worse, and it impacts on some of the least fortunate people in our community. So my position as well I think there's many good things about this development, but I think just taking a step back, if our community is going to be able to grow in a sustainable way, then these projects need to be looked at maybe a bit more in terms of how we need them, rather than how some people don't want them, because as I said, the unintended consequences can be significant. I think the look of the project, personally, I think maybe some higher-rise buildings would actually improve it, and maybe a mix of the heights. But generally, having all these new people living downtown is a very positive thing. Thank you.
Gavin Anderson is the next speaker.
Chair Neal and members of Planning Committee, my name is Gavin Anderson and I live at 702 Newmarket Lane. And I have two areas of concern that I will highlight for you tonight. My first concern regards timing. The proposed development is within the boundaries of the North Kingstown district that is currently the focus of a secondary planning process. In light of the ongoing nature of this process, the current application is premature, and it is inappropriate for Planning Committee and Council to consider this matter before receiving and reviewing the recommendations generated by the secondary planning process. Let me highlight just one of the many timing issues raised by this application. The developer's agents stated at a small meeting 2 weeks ago and confirmed earlier tonight by Mr. Patry that they know that the Wellington Street extension is under review. In fact, when the North Kingstown secondary planning process was begun in 2016, it was clearly understood that a critical element of the work was to look at alternatives to the Wellington Street extension. Mayor Patterson acknowledged as much in a March 1st blog post where he wrote in relation to the proposed tannery development that city staff are exploring alternative options to the Wellington Street extension. It is inappropriate for Planning Committee to entertain this application in advance of the completion of the North Kingstown project, particularly with respect to the development of appropriate alternative transportation options, but also not restricted just to transportation. By confirming or entertaining a high-density project with over 1,600 units, that's also precluding opportunity to spread development housing throughout the whole of North Kingstown district. Proceeding at this point is disrespectful to hundreds of residents who have already invested in the secondary planning process in good faith and who continue to participate in the public engagement process, trusting that their input has value. My second concern regards the developer's proposal for the waterfront and shoreline portion of the project. I'll begin with a passage taken from the letter that has been referenced earlier regarding the application dated March 1st. This is a letter dated March 1st, 2018, addressed to the senior planner of the City of Kingston, and it's from Parks Canada. I quote, "The present proposal includes a 30-meter setback of buildings from the waterfront and extensive interventions in this 30-meter setback, with the creation of an urban park-like landscape. The extent of the setback and the proposed interventions do not respect the adjacent natural landscape character of this section of the waterway, and together with the high-density development, prevents a development plan which is disconnected and unharmonious with the surrounding environment." The letter from Parks Canada raises significant concerns, and I trust that it has been circulated in its entirety to members of the Planning Committee for your consideration and should be made available to all residents of the city. At the meeting with the developer's agents that I referenced above, we saw renderings of the project that showed a hard-edged shoreline. 2 days later, I ran into the developer himself at a public session of the North Kingstown project. I raised my concerns about the hard edge, and he told me that the renderings were inaccurate and that the shoreline would be softer. He did, however, tell me that the 30-meter setback would be paved in some fashion as portrayed in the renderings and would include a boathouse,
30 seconds, sir.
docks, and a somewhat artificial island. I need not remind members of Planning Committee that the Great Cataraqui River is a Canadian heritage river and is part of the Rideau Canal National Historic Site and is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The proposed 30-meter setback from the edge of the river is the minimum. There is no provision for any ribbon of life that will preserve this shoreline and its delicate ecology. The developer needs to revise the project in ways suggested by Parks Canada by increasing the setback and replacing the paved promenade with a natural buffer zone complete with native flora, including large native trees and limited points of waterfront access. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Laura Klaus Johnson. And followed up by Susan Belay. Oh, did we miss Frank Dixon?
Test, test.
Frank Dixon, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the developer and the planners for the report and the presentation tonight. And some excellent questions from the committee and a lot of really strong points from the citizens here. So I live at 495 Alfred, Apartment 2, K7K4J4. And I'm a retired geophysicist and scientist, math person. Taken a strong interest in the North Kingstown plan. And I've been on the Bell Park Working Group, which covers the area right next door. And I thought a lot about the material that's here, and I've been at presentations where some of the environmental reports have been presented before. So I want to start off on that because, as some of the presenters explained, there have been 2 sets of environmental reports produced through work from mainly scientists at RMC, and that material was given to the city, as far as I've been told. And I saw some of it at a symposium in 2012, which dealt with the offshore part, and then some of it at 2014 Bell Park Working Group, where the lead scientist engineer was a member of the group. What I want to emphasize is that this material, which we've seen segments of tonight, to my knowledge isn't public, and I think it has to be made public as soon as possible under this council's open government scenario that they agreed to in 2015. So I would really encourage that. I've been trying to make that happen for a number of years, and so far without success. And I will say that it's got to happen soon, or I'm going to go to the ministry and make it happen. So take that under advisement. So one big point, which I think has to be made, is that we're talking
30 seconds.
Talking about a scenario where thousands of people are going to live, and we have maybe the most polluted offshore segment of any urban area in Canada. So we saw slides from that. Who is going to want to live in a new neighborhood next to such a polluted area? So the cleanup of that has to be addressed in conjunction with this. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Laurel Claus-Johnson, followed by Susan Belay, followed by Mary McCollum, and Susan Cliff Jugling.
Niawa. Sego, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, sitting in circle. We're all sitting in circle, which is a good thing. We're all facing each other, faces forward. And I'd like to bring to the attention of the information gatherers, as a community person, as an Indigenous woman living here on Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe territory, that land is always of the issue for the people that I come from. So the land here that's under scrutiny and under consideration is a piece of land that I believe is being addressed, and I'm not sure that I am supportive of the process. The process being that there's all the minds here and all the reports and all the whatevers that have come together, but I don't see an Indigenous arm, I don't see an Indigenous report, I don't see anything here that would bring forth what I call the federal initiative, the provincial initiative, and hopefully the civic initiative that makes sure that every consultation and that every decision-making process that has to do with land, Indigenous people are involved at. So I don't support what's happening because I don't even know what's happening. So I need you to know that my question then is, I believe this process is flawed. It's been used that it is premature. I have to totally agree, premature on that issue. On that ground that you're going forward, trying to make a decision that may work out, I'm not sure, but I do know that that land is contaminated, and from a perspective that looks at the land as our base, that land needs healing. And I'm not sure that moving soil from one spot to another is going to do anything other than create a huge impact like it did at Charbot Lake, the uranium mine there that had people living then with a big pile of whatever. So we have all kinds of things that I haven't heard anything about, but I believe in order to go forward with this particular prospect of what's going to happen in this territory, on this land, in that a UNESCO site, needs to address the Indigenous element. So that's my question, and that's my challenge, and I hope you all have a good night's sleep because we got a lot to think about. Neil.
Miigwech, thank you very much. The next speaker is Susan Bowe. And I'm just going to give a heads up to the next few speakers. The next speaker after Susan is Mary McCollum, Susan Cliff, Eleanor McDonald, and Samantha King.
Okay. My name's Susan Bellier. I live at 116 Rideau Street between North and Bay. I've lived in the north end of Kingston, in that general neighborhood for over 25 years now. So it is my home. I am not a realtor, and neither am I a rower, although my son did row when he was in high school. And yep, if they need a new rowing club, which I believe they do, then that would be great if a developer wanted to pay for that to happen. I'm not sure how that keeps tying into this development project per se, but clearly in lots of people's minds it does. I want to agree with what Gavin Anderson was saying regarding the timing of this in light of the North Kingstown secondary planning process, a process that I've been part of since 2016 when it began. A number of us working in good faith to engage in a democratic and in-depth visioning and planning process that I hope will be taken seriously. So I strongly urge the deferral of this planning proposal until the the final transportation and land use plans of the North Kingstown secondary plan are finalized. I want to note also that it seems that this developer, or any developers in Kingston, have shown little interest in the democratic process of visioning and planning for that part of Kingston until last week. So that's something to be noted as well. I trust that many of my colleagues who are going to speak will speak to the things that I came prepared to speak about tonight. So something else has come up tonight that I have to address. I am horrified, I am disgusted that in at least 3 conversations tonight, there have been references to some of the most vulnerable residents of Kingston as problems, social problems that could be solved by development, as dangerous, as undesirable. The people who live on the tannery site, I understand that they're there illegally. They have nowhere else to go. Our issue with housing in Kingston is largely an issue of affordable housing that people who live in difficult circumstances could actually afford to live in. So a planning process that is about building, rich people apartments, and with some nod to being open to the idea of affordable housing. I bet they're not talking about housing for the people who actually live on that site. I'm shocked that the staff and councillors who are here and the members of Kingston population who are here tonight are comfortable hearing people referred to as dangerous and undesirable just because they live in poverty and they live with addictions. So that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Mary McCollum, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Sean? Could you do that? Okay. All right. Thank you. My name's Mary McCollum. I live at 78 Dundas Street in Kingston. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have lived in Kingston for over 30 years now, but this is the first time that I have made a presentation to council. It might not be my last. In the last couple of years, I've become motivated to follow city planning decisions more closely because I believe some key planning issues are not being addressed sufficiently, and those are social equity, climate change, waterfront protection, and fair city planning processes. These are all huge issues, and I only have 5 minutes to speak. Therefore, I'm going to leave the first issue for others to address, and I believe it was already addressed somewhat by Susan Bellier just previously, and I agree with her comments. And for each of the other issues, I'll restrict myself to discuss one principle that is relevant to the proposal to develop the tannery lands, and we could discuss each of those for days. But first, one effective means to reduce carbon emissions in cities is to prioritize movement modes in all city planning, such that the #1 priority is pedestrians, #2 is bicycles, #3 is transit, #4 is cars. As well, car sharing should be planned. As was already recently presented to council by planner Brent Todderan, this prioritization has numerous health and economic benefits, as well as reducing our carbon footprint, and is better for everyone, including drivers, which is, of course, the point of the illustration. How does this relate to the development proposal? Transit has been improved greatly in recent years, and further improvements are planned. Thank you, council and staff. Those improvements include an express route on Montreal Street, close to the proposed development site. For walking and biking, we have the newly built K&P Trail adjacent to the site, which runs through quiet green space, freshly landscaped this past year. Yet this development proposal is designed assuming its residents will drive everywhere, and thus it presumes the building of the Wellington Street extension along the K&P Trail, which would destroy the quiet beauty of the trail, converting it to nothing but a bike lane next to a noisy road. If we build the WSE, we are not prioritizing pedestrians, bicycles, and transit over cars. Further, the WSE, if built as planned, would run through Douglas Fleur Park, obliterating most of one of the only quiet waterfront parks we have that does not have a road next to it, one that allows us solitude in nature in the city. Which brings me to the next principle. Preserve Kingston's waterfront for wildlife and community use, not for private use. We are incredibly lucky in Kingston to have an extensive waterfront. However, it is tempting for governments in power to allow that waterfront to be developed with extensive buildings, to increase taxes, etc. Even economically, such development is short-sighted because in the long run, extensive beautiful parks and wild areas along the waterfront will draw people to our city. Kingston's plan for a continuous waterfront trail is positive, but a narrow strip along the waterfront with minimal space and poor design that doesn't lend itself to stopping and staying is not providing true public access to our ever-disappearing waterfront. If there are to be further developments along our waterfront, a key community benefit is to require extensive public parkland, 100 meters or more, not 100 feet, and design that to be welcoming and usable and wild where possible, not just all lawn. A bottom line requirement for this development is that the Wellington Street extension must not be built. Alternatives, including transit and active transportation, must be found as directed by the current North Kingstown secondary planning process. So this is repeating something of what has been said by other people. But that does lead to my last key issue, fair city planning processes, and the principle that I listed with that, prioritize the public good over individual developers' profits. This does not mean that I'm against developers making a profit. I recognize the value in developers being motivated to build in order to make a profit. However, development should only be allowed if it is for the public good. Public good is defined as a shared benefit by all at the societal level. What that means in specific cases needs to be decided by city planning staff and council working for the public good with input from the community as to what the community values. There are problems with that process. For instance, developers can gain exceptions to what is not allowed in our official plan, relatively simple with council approval, for instance, height restrictions, density, and so on, whereas the public cannot gain an exception to not build something that is in our official plan, relatively simple with council approval. And the example is the Wellington Street extension. In March 2015, Councillor Rob Hutchison prioritized the public good in issues constituents
You have 30
raised.
seconds.
Okay. With regard to the WSE, so this is reiterating the point that has been made by previous speakers that I agree with, that it is not acceptable to interrupt the secondary planning process with a development of this size at this time. The process of the secondary plan should continue until completed, and this council should defer this decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna have one more speaker, and then we're gonna take. I've got a few questions that I want to put to the applicants that have come up through the. We're at the speaker 20 mark, so I just said we were going to assemble some questions and then give an opportunity for the applicants to address some questions. So. After Susan, and on deck I have Eleanor McDonald, Samantha King, Laura Murray, and Michael Purcell, followed by John Armitage, I think.
My name is Susanne Cliff-Jüngling. I live at 28 Alma Street. I've lived in Kingston for about 20 years, a good 20 years now. So I would consider it in my neighborhood, this development. Now, I didn't prepare a statement. I do want to actually ask a few questions that came up through the presentation. But I do want, one of the questions was in regards to the secondary plan. So my question really is, why are we here with this project and why are we not waiting for that secondary plan? I'm just not sure how that happens, and does that preempt the secondary plan or not? So I wouldn't mind getting some information on that. And then they're just kind of hodgepodge kind of questions I think that I have right now. One of them is, we've heard from a lot of rowers, and I admire them. I really would actually like to join the rowers, but my question really is, what is the arrangement in this development, so that I just have a clearer sense of where, you know, the biases maybe, or whatever you call it, or the support comes from. I'm not clear from the presentation, from what I read, what it is that, what the arrangement is within this development. Is the city getting the clubhouse? Is the group getting the clubhouse? How much is, what kind of arrangement is that? So I wouldn't mind getting some clarification on that. There was some mentioning about how the development of this size will be favorable for public transit, and I've heard this a number of times when projects like this get proposed. But my question really is, I don't want to hear this vague kind of comment about it. What in particular does this development do to increase our public transit? I don't know, like the amount of people riding the buses? Is there going to be a bus stop in front of it? Are there going to be, I'm just not sure what is actually the benefit here, a much more tangible one than a general comment that has been made. The other thing, and this actually came from a public comment, but a public comment was made about that the existing infrastructure, that there's existing infrastructure, so we should use the site because it's already there, and so we should build on it. But I'm wondering, what infrastructure is actually in place on the site that this development would be using, and in what sense would we be building infrastructure? And I'm assuming that meant sewage and those kind of things. Because my question would be, do we not have, if it's available, great. If it's not available, are there other sites in the city that are, in fact, more available with infrastructure than this site is? So that could be clarified. In the pictures we saw, and I know that they were just suggestions of what could be done in the courtyard areas, but my concern with the pictures were that they were all about 4-story buildings. And then there were public pools in the, or pool, I should say public. There was a pool in the middle. I would question, is a pool really something that would be built in those kind of courtyards? You'd think that that's only available for 6 months of the year. Is that an amenity space? So it's not an amenity space in the other 6 months of the year. So does that get calculated as an amenity space, or does it not? So I'm not sure how that would work, and it leads me to the overall question I have. I mean, I do think that the development is too intense. There's too much. It's built up too much, and so these pictures that I saw in the presentation about the 4-story buildings would lead me to think that if there were 4-story buildings all in that area, that might actually be more amiable, or whatever you want to call it. So the courtyards, there's a shadowing kind of aspect in there that didn't kind of get addressed. I wouldn't mind kind of hearing what the issue, like again, this issue about using a courtyard space that is surrounded by 6, 7-story buildings, how much is that amenity space that can be used? Similarly, or not, maybe not similarly, there was a mentioning about that it would be zero energy. I think there was a, that efforts would be made, or there's plans that it would be a zero net zero kind of project. But in what sense is that actually on paper already as a given, or is that we would like to do it, but then it never comes about? Not sure. So, is there actually
you have
real
just 10
commitment to
seconds.
that? And because certainly anything that was mentioned there with renewable energy is something that was nowhere to be seen in any of the renderings that were shown today. All right, and I'll leave it at that. I have some more.
Thank you very much. Well, it seems like we took the right place. We picked the right spot to insert some questions and to go back to the applicant with a few questions that have been raised by some of the members of the public. And what I want to do is try to just package some of those questions, have an opportunity for the applicant and the applicant to respond to some of the questions that they've heard. And why don't we start with a question around the inclusion of Indigenous issues into the report, and what's been included in the evaluations and analysis to date, and what some other things are that could be embedded into the thinking of the plan.
Yes. So thank you to everybody so far who's come out and provided comments. Certainly appreciate the time you've taken. With respect to the comments from Ms. Johnson, again, thank you for coming out and for asking some very valid questions, I think, from your perspective. As part of the process thus far, we haven't had any specific consultation with Indigenous groups. We are certainly open to that and bringing that consultation into part of the process. As part of the Planning Act, there are limited formal opportunities for that to be an automatic part of consultation and processes like this. So I think that's probably a bit of a gap that needs to be addressed. So I know through the North Kingstown secondary planning process, they do have involvement with local Indigenous groups as part of the steering committee group. So my follow-up note to that was to liaise with staff about how to make those contacts and get some specific input from Indigenous groups.
Well, thank you. The notion of the application being premature to the secondary plan processes, and this could be a question that goes to staff. The notion that this application should sort of wait until the secondary plan process unfolds fully. Does a member of staff want to address that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the North Kingstown secondary plan is certainly a large-scale plan. It encompasses a very large area north of the city's downtown core. And going into that project, we understand that there will be private sector applications for change, and we don't quite frankly have the means by which to say no to private applications. And in fact, throughout the meetings with our working group, we've made it very clear that we will get applications in, and we will do our best to share with the proponents of change the status of the thinking at the time, but recognize that things will continue to take shape as we work through those secondary plan details. That's right.
A question was raised by the last speaker, among several. The notion, if the applicant could further explain the relationship with the rowing club, and if there was some information that could be put out in terms of what arrangement is there with the rowing club, and how did that relationship come together?
When I first looked at this site 4 years ago, one of the interesting things about it was a water lot. And I thought, wow, isn't that great? In the past, I'd rowed, and so quite simply, we've, as a corporation, have said, there's a lot here that you guys can have to move your boathouse to. And they've taken that on, and they're starting a steering committee to try to come up with the funds to do that. So my company has agreed to provide that water lot. The Kingston Rowing Club would most likely own that with the City of Kingston, similar to what they do in the existing rowing club situation.
The question around transit. The question, as my notes suggest, is what does this development do to encourage transit? And you can't necessarily force people to get on the bus, but are there any special considerations that have gone into the thinking behind the plan in terms of how transit could be integrated into the development in a very meaningful way that will change people's usage and dependence on transit?
Sure. Thank you. So with respect to transit, and even I'll lump into their alternative transportation as well as cycling, walking, the site's location within close proximity to the downtown, as well as on a local transit route, at least along Rideau Street, and at the edge of the KMP Trail, Waterfront Trail. I think its location naturally allows for use of public transit. With respect to how the site has been designed to accommodate that, I think certainly we're expecting comments from Kingston Transit that they would like to see a bus stop at the edge of the site, so making some of those easy, natural connections. There's a lot of parking provided on the site, and that's just recognition of, I guess, the experience in Kingston of needed parking to accommodate the tenants' needs for residential occupancy. That being said, I think the site can respond to, I guess, changing needs or changing demands for parking, so that the amount of parking provided can decline over time or as future phases are built out, so that as people use more transit or as that modal shift happens, the amount of parking on the site can be reduced. I think density in of itself is often given as an answer. If you have enough density, that will support transit. I think on one of the earlier slides, the opening slides, you'll see that at one point there was actually a proposal for a low-density residential subdivision on the land. So this one here you can see faintly outlined as an example. Through here there is low-density townhouse, row house, singles. So that type of development is typically seen as not being transit supportive because you don't get the volume you need to get a ridership up on a line along there. So I think any high-density development, whether it's this or something less, would be supportive.
The notion of maximizing the existing infrastructure in the ground. Can you explain how the what is the existing infrastructure that points to redevelopment of the site based on the uses that have been put forward? What is the existing infrastructure base that lends itself to this type of development?
So as part of the pre-application with the city and as part of the work that's been done to date, We investigated the existing service capacity in the area, so existing sewer water infrastructure. And for those of you who aren't aware, there is a pumping station immediately across the street from this site. So essentially the existing facilities and existing infrastructure available on the connecting or adjacent streets can support the proposed development without requiring significant public upgrades to those systems.
The notion of the amenity space calculations, how have the on-site amenities and been integrated into the calculations? Perhaps you can shed more light on the requirements and how those were calculated.
Yeah. So amenity space in the city is currently set out in the zoning bylaw. There's two different standards: a lesser standard for sites along the Princess Street corridor in the CBD, and then a greater standard for any area outside of that. So the proposed development will meet that requirement through both interior common amenity space. So on each floor, there's intended to be at least one common amenity space room, so whether it's a library or a party room or a games room or a gym. And then on exterior, there's, as you can see in the image, there's the interior courtyards. Also in the waterfront parcels, there's additional interior amenity space or exterior amenity space within the private portion of the site. So those types of combined areas, along with balconies, would provide the amenity space required on the site.
I was just going to add one thing to that. They had a question with regards to relevance of a pool. There was a picture we had up earlier that is actually 663 Princess Street's pool. I can tell you firsthand when we, back there. So that's the pool we built at 663 Princess Street. In the summer, it's packed. In the winter, no, there's nobody out there, but there's also nobody out in the other courtyard that has grass and a barbecue and a bocce ball thing and everything else. My goal here is to provide programmed amenity space, and we don't see that in Canada, bluntly. If you go down to the States, where I've done a lot of looking, everybody is competing against each other, and they're building amazing spaces. Great lobbies, pools, gyms, actual gyms that you can work out in, not just a couple pieces of fitness equipment. So our goal is to give heavily programmed amenity space so that everybody can use it within the community.
Thank you. One of the things that we've heard and a common concern or criticism that has been leveled is this development too intensive? Is it too much development? And I'm wondering if the applicant can address the concerns around is this development too intensive?
So I'll speak to it, then maybe the developer would like to speak to it as well. So as I pointed out with the zoning before, there is a certain level of existing zoning permission on the site. And typically, if a site is developable, the zoning's appropriate, it's only a matter of time before it gets built out because the economics work or the zoning itself lends itself to what the market's looking for. So the zoning that's on the site now has been on there for many years. And so one of the conclusions we can draw from the fact that the site hasn't been developed is that there's challenges with the site that are greater than what can be dealt with through the existing density that's allowed. So the density that's proposed, as we said, and we added the slide today, or over the last couple of days, I guess, with some more specific numbers to help people understand and give some perspective on the density proposed. So the current density allowed on the site is essentially 790 dwelling units per net, or 790 dwelling units total. We are proposing more than that. It's not a doubling because the area that we're proposing to develop is not that much, or is more than that, but the overall density, resulting density number, 167.5 dwelling units per net hectare, is not a significant amount of density for any new high-density development. And so, it is a large number, but I think the fact that it's being done over a number of years helps to balance, I guess, helps to spread out that new density that comes into this area, because there's a reality that we won't need, or there won't be enough demand to accommodate all 1,500 units in 1 year or 5 years, maybe 10 years, 12-year build out. So it's not as though there's 1,500 units being built all at once and creating that kind of impact in an area.
I won't, in the interest of time, I'll leave that with Mark, but I will add a brief bit. I literally traveled all over North America and investigated hundreds of projects to come up with a concept that works very well. And this is based off a place in Irvine, California, where they've been doing this for years, and I'm happy to have a conversation afterwards with anybody and go through that with them.
I had one more question. The notion of the net zero, the net zero aspects of the development. Can the applicant sort of describe how far advanced, what commitments there are to net zero?
So the project is part of a pilot project with Municipal Green Fund as well as the City of Kingston. They're involved in this as well. So I believe one other site in the City of Kingston, and then 3 sites in London and in Kitchener-Waterloo. It's been going for about 6 months. I think the report will come out in about a year. The general goal here is to investigate, how do we build a net zero building? What parts are missing, and how do we go through all those parts to put it together? And I'm very interested in that, and I want to do that. The first 3 buildings I've built were built to a LEED Gold standard. I'm the largest provider of solar power in this city on my buildings. So we're looking towards a solution to try to make that work.
Okay, so back in the interest, getting back to in the interest of time, it's rolling up on 9, and I'm going to ask the next tranche of speakers to step forward. I have Eleanor McDonald, Samantha King, followed by Laura Murray, and Michael Purcell, and John Armitage.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Eleanor McDonald. I live at 97 Raglan Road. I have lived in the north end of Kingston, close to the site under consideration, for almost 30 years. I have 3 concerns. I'll break them up. The first has to do with democracy and democratic process. The second set of concerns are environmental, and the third set of concerns are economic. In terms of democratic process concerns, some of these have been raised already, and so I'll just take this moment to echo them. One, I do feel that the proposal at this point risks, and I hope the committee takes this seriously, risks forcing the hand of council on some other important decisions that are being made. So reference has been made to the North Kingston secondary plan, and to the Wellington extension, but also to the, I don't know that anybody's mentioned the nearby Bell Park development, which is also under consideration. And so this will have an effect, I think, on all of those. Laurel Klaus Johnson mentioned the Indigenous consultation. I believe that should have been done already, and hate to see that it's only coming into the process at this point. I have a very strong view that waterfront land should be public land, and we're watching as cities around the globe, and certainly ones nearby, are regretting the decisions that they've made to hand over waterfront land to private developers, and I think that's something we should also take seriously. And finally, I do wonder about, I am absolutely confident that the people who are rowers here spoke from their hearts, but I want to caution council about the effects on our democratic process if a developer is able to offer some perks to an organized sporting group in order to gain the support of a large number of people who are well organized. And that is a concern that may come up in relation to this project, but potentially or in relation to other projects, as developers will try to appeal to some of the other groups that seek funding for their sport. Finally, on democratic issues, the question that just went about whether this development is too intensive, I think that's a public decision, not a private one. And yes, this is a much higher development density than was currently zoned. Secondly, my second set of concerns, environmental concerns. I am concerned about the effect on wildlife of soil removal, clear cutting, et cetera, for an extended period of time. It was very nice to see the concerns of the developer for our turtles and frogs, but what does it do to our turtles, frogs, and birds, et cetera, if this area is clear cut and reduced to grassland permanently, and also if there's extensive soil removal from the property? As much as the soil is contaminated, there are actually animals living on it at the moment. Nothing was said about the effects of 1,508 units on that same wildlife. I mean, so if we're concerned about contamination, we would also be concerned about 3,000 or 4,000 people living in that area and how that affects wildlife. It is also, I have to say, and this is not the fault of the developer, but it is a very sorry commentary on the state of our democratic process if the only way to get brown site remediation is for someone to make profit off their private development of our land. My final concern has to do with the economic concerns of the property. Some mention was made of the net new revenue to the city from new taxes. Well, that's only new taxes if those are net new citizens of the city. And to my knowledge, just simply having new buildings does not actually create new citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Samantha King. I live in North Kingston, and I am speaking this evening to you in my role as president of Building Kingston's Future, Inc. Building Kingston's Future is an Ontario-incorporated not-for-profit corporation whose objectives include supporting the City of Kingston's stated goal of being a smart and livable city by promoting human-scale streetscapes, access to the waterfront, active transportation, and resilience. Our aims echo the 6 strategic priorities set by the City Council at the start of your mandate: to create a smart city, to invest in infrastructure, to plan a livable city, to green the city, to advance a vibrant waterfront, and to foster open government. I would like to focus my questions and remarks on 4 of these council goals. First, fostering open government. Will the city make public the environmental reports that it has received so that the public can understand more about the contamination on the site? Rumors and speculation are not helpful when the city is making such important decisions. Access to these reports would be helpful to citizens trying to understand the impact of the proposed development on the Great Cataraqui River. Second, advancing a vibrant waterfront. Presumably, council's vision includes a waterfront that is healthy and accessible. How will the design of the site encourage public access to the waterfront? The planning sketches show a narrow pathway strip along the river, barricaded behind a series of 6-story buildings that cover the site. Is this really a public place, or will only residents of the buildings feel welcome here? Third, greening the city. The developer is proposing to clear cut most of the site, removing trees and all other vegetation. What protections will be put in place to ensure that during the time the site is stripped bare, contaminated runoff won't reach the river? Will the developer be able to plant trees after the proposed clay cap is placed on the site? The developer's planner told some people that once the clay cap is in place, planting trees will become impossible. A 13-hectare site that is devoid of trees does not a green city make. Fourth, planning a livable city. Presumably, a livable city provides housing for everyone at all income levels. Will the city require that 25% of the housing in the development be affordable following the official plan section 3.3.10a, which requires that a minimum target of 25% of all new housing in the city be affordable to low and moderate income households? Speaking off script here, I want to join resident Susan Bellier in expressing my alarm that this project is being celebrated as a social cleansing exercise that will displace the most marginalized of people who currently call this land home. To reiterate the key questions, will the city make public the environmental reports it has received? How will the public be able to access the waterfront at this site? What protection against toxic runoff into the river will be put in place? Will the developer be able to plant any trees and bushes following development? What percentage of affordable housing will be included in the development? Everyone understands that this is a contaminated site with many development challenges. Everyone would like to see the site cleaned up. Don't be lulled by that possibility. We want to encourage you to exercise caution in how you proceed. Make sure that all the environmental protections are in place so that no more contaminants reach the river. Consider the impact of this proposed development on the UNESCO designation of the Rideau Canal waterway, a very valuable community asset. Consider the precedent it could set, and get the final report from the North Kingstown secondary planning process before you make a decision. The city asked experts for input at a cost to taxpayers. It has involved citizens in many consultations. It is wrong to proceed ahead of the secondary plan report. You all know what Brent Todarian, the planning consultant, recently said about the relationship of our city to Lake Ontario. Previous generations did not make good decisions on Kingston's waterfront. Please do not repeat these mistakes on the Great Cataraqui River. Act with respect for the strategic goals you set at the start of your council term.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Laura Murray. And if I can just call Michael Purcell, John Armitage, Mary Louise Adams, and Mary Farrar. Maybe the next speakers. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Laura Murray. I'm the mother of a rower. I am nonetheless not in favor of this proposal. I do see the need for a new boathouse, but this is a heck of an expensive boathouse. And it's expensive not just for Mr. Patry, but we'll all be paying for this boathouse with 2,000 new cars on our roads. Speaking of which, I'm going to direct my focus today. I mean, there are many elements of which we can discuss, but I'm going to direct my focus today to where the rubber hits the road. That is, I want to review how this proposal relates to the ongoing decision-making processes at Council regarding the Wellington Street extension. And so to take you members of the committee back to just before the mandate of the current Council, which is around when citizens began to mobilize against an idea that had long been on the books, the extension of the Wellington Street up to John Counter Boulevard. And our opposition was not merely NIMBY, it was based on a desire that Kingston, the city in Canada with the highest per capita vehicle emissions, spend its money to reduce, not increase greenhouse gases. And it was based on a desire that Kingston, which prides itself on being walkable and livable, focus on the day-to-day experience of neighborhoods in its planning process, rather than thinking of neighborhoods as spaces simply to drive through. In March 2015, recognizing the desires of constituents and the changing policy landscape at both the municipal and provincial levels, Council voted to halt expenditures towards acquisition of land and construction of the southern section of the proposed WSE, and it asked staff to do two things. One, to prepare within 3 weeks a report on facts and Council history directly or indirectly related to the WSE, and two, to report back in 2 months with the scope of work, timelines, and budget required to explore other potential alternative transportation solutions in place of the WSE. The first report, offered by staff accordingly in March 2015, was entirely business as usual. It presumed without any evidence that the road was, quote, critical infrastructure. It recommended a new environmental assessment for the WSE. The problem with that, as we pointed out, was that it didn't take seriously the Council motion to explore alternative transportation solutions. Council deferred response to this staff report until the Transportation Master Plan came back to Council. The TMP then was offered as a place to start extricating the WSE out of city plans. Accordingly, Wellington X and many other citizens concerned about greenhouse gases and quality of life engaged with great energy with the TMP update process and subsequently with the official plan update process. When the first draft of the new TMP arrived in April 2015, it included the Wellington Street extension. After enormous public outcry at a plan that indeed remained more gray than green, even after revisions, the version that was ultimately passed did at least acknowledge that the WSE was under discussion. Meanwhile, staff came back with the report requested in March, offering secondary planning as a way of exploring alternate ideas and reassessing needs concerning transportation in the area. In a May 5th, 2015 motion titled Wellington Street Extension Alternative Evaluation, that's the name of the motion, Council directed staff to prepare a request for proposals to undertake an exceptional, forward-thinking, livable, green, and innovative secondary plan for the Inner Harbour and Old Industrial area. While the staff report repeated the recommendation of a new EA for the WSE, Council, while approving the secondary plan, explicitly refrained from approving an environmental assessment for the Wellington Street extension. It thereby affirmed that the Wellington Street extension was not going to be a given in this planning process. What does all this have to do with the Tannery Lands proposal? Well, in a meeting that I attended with a spokesman for the applicant, it was made clear that the WSE is necessary to complete this development, and it was also said that the development is not
30
financially
seconds.
feasible without being completely made. Thus, approving the project would at least implicitly approve the WSE or some other major road building. We're talking about 2,000 parking spots after all. This is going to have a major impact on our roads. I'm urging us all to remember that mayor, councillors, and staff have offered the secondary planning process as a path, and indeed the only path, by which it could even be possible to get the Wellington Street extension off the books. That planning process is in progress. The public is participating in it, prolonged and opaque as it often is, trying to take it on good faith that it could actually mean something. You must defer this decision until that process can run its course. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have Michael Purcell. And I'm going to just read out the next few names on the list. I have after Mr. Purcell, I have John Armitage, followed by Mary Louise Adams, Mary Farrar, Saidia Jaffer, Lindsay Pilam, and Ed Smith. And those are all the names that I have on the list. If if your name is not on this list, I would advise you to put your name on the list. Thank you. You have 5 minutes, sir. Okay, so next up we have John Armitage.
Yeah, I'm John Armitage. I live at 670 Braeside Crescent. I've been attending public meetings in the city since 1973, and I have to admit this is probably one of the most unusual public meetings in that the people in support of the development are by far outnumbering people opposed to development. And what's most rewarding is the number of young people we've heard from tonight. They tend to be ignored. They're very silent in the process. We've heard them talk about they want to live downtown and they can't find a place. I've heard people talk about this development being premature. I argue that this development is urgent. We don't have a housing shortage in Kingston. We have a housing crisis. People can't find houses to buy at an affordable price. It's a seller's market. People can't find an apartment. And the one thing that municipal governments can do to protect those who can least afford housing is to ensure an oversupply, because that controls prices by itself. I've heard people talk about this being a high-density development. It's a modest density development. I've heard people talk about the setback should be more than 30 meters. Do you know there's no scientific evidence that setbacks greater than 30 meters improve the environment or further mitigate impact? No scientific evidence. We've talked about people who live on the site. I'll just simply say one thing: they're trespassing. We heard somebody talk about profit versus the public good. This is a perfect case where profit serves the public good. The city, the province, the feds, none of our municipal governments, and let's remember our governments are us, have taken a step to clean up this property. By default, it leaves the private sector. And profit is what makes the private sector work. Private sector pays taxes, and that pays the wages for all these people that work in all these governments. And we need the density because of the high cost of cleaning up this property. That's the only way it works. Mr. Patry said in his own words that his proposal here is a starting point for discussion. I'm not proud of my industry. I've been in it for 45 years, and when I look around the city, I don't see very much imaginative developments. This is the most imaginative development I have seen in my 45 years working in the development industry in Kingston. At the end of the day, there's going to be some 2,000 people living here in a perfect live, work, play environment. I applaud Mr. Patry. If anything, he's embarrassed our industry by coming up with something that none of us have thought of in all these years. And I urge that council give this urgent approval.
Mary Louise.
My name is Mary Louise Adams. I live at 56 Chestnut Street. I've lived there for 20 years. I have been a member of the Rowing Club. I'm here to speak to two issues, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak. One is the changing planning context that this proposal has entered into, and very, very briefly, Bell Park, the context, and whether, in fact, there is a need for such a huge development in our city. And a previous speaker came in and gave kind of the standard platitude that we hear often, growth, 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 we're growing, we're growing. So this is perhaps a response to that. The official plan works with a moderate growth scenario for the city. This scenario anticipates an increase of about 1,000 people per year up until 2031, when the population in Kingston, as in the population of the rest of Canada, will start to decline. This moderate growth scenario anticipates a need for almost 9,130 new units of housing by 2036. That's only 18 years from now, after which, I'll repeat, the population will start to decline. The pending and committed housing report submitted to the Planning Committee last May tells us that there are already 9,013 new units in the planning process. So proposals already submitted could fulfill the city's need for new units up until 2036, after which the population in Kingston and the rest of Canada will start to decline. This is the moderate growth scenario. We already have enough housing in the pipeline to meet it. But we are not in a moderate growth scenario in Kingston. Recent released Statistics Canada figures show that Kingston's population grew only 1% between 2011 and 2016. Kingston now has one of the lowest growth rates among Canadian municipalities, ranking 32nd out of 35 cities. We are not in a moderate growth scenario. We are in a low growth scenario. For Kingston, 2036 is already here. In the city's own population, housing, and employment projections, there is a low growth scenario. It shows the growth curve starting going up with the high and the medium and the low start together. The low starts to branch off and starts to level out a little bit in 2016. But even this scenario is slightly more optimistic than the reality shown by the Stats Canada figures. This low growth projection shows the need for housing in 2041 at levels that this city had met in 2011. The proposed development will add 1,500 units to the 9,000 units already in the planning pipeline. We already potentially have enough housing to meet the needs for the next 20 years in the pipeline. So the question to the Planning Committee and the planning staff is, how is the city responding to the recent statistics that are put out by Stats Canada and more realistic population projections? The second issue I just want to raise very briefly is, again, Bell Park. I've been a member of the Bell Park Working Group since it's set up. Bell Park is just starting to undergo a master planning process. And a good part of this could involve naturalization processes, green corridors, that would involve linking Bell Park to other parts of the North End and aspects of the North Kingstown secondary planning process would tie into Bell Park. Again, this is premature. We have these two big planning processes in the area that need to finish first before we can consider something that would drastically alter the environment in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Saida Jaffer? Oh, Mary Farrar is next.
this on? Is this on? Yeah, it is. Okay. I am the voice of the turtles.
Okay, it's ready.
Are we there? Okay, so it's the turtle. How do I get those pictures at the bottom? It's the 3 bottom pictures.
Oh, the 3
The
bottom
first
ones?
one, just do it quickly and then go to the second one.
Okay, hold on
That's
a
the first one, bringing turtles, new hatchlings into the inner harbor area.
Sorry,
And
it's just,
then
it's closed.
the next one is actually the turtles in the tannery.
Just give me 1 second.
You lose them?
Well, I'm just not used to navigating this computer.
Yeah,
so
okay,
I'll
the
start with-
next one down. Okay, no, the one up before that. Okay, just stay there for a second.
Okay.
That is what the tannery looks like in the southeastern corner. Sometimes we see as many as 50 turtles there on the logs in the water. It's completely awesome. It's completely amazing. Next picture. This past 2 summers, we managed to protect over 100 turtle nests where turtles had laid their eggs. Next picture is the one with the map. And this is a GPS map that students did, and you can see the little red dots right up where the Wellington Street extension is supposed to go, where the turtles actually lay their eggs. And so there they are all over. And I just want to say, to me, this project, Kingston wants to be Canada's most sustainable city, and it has the greening of the city and the livable city and all of this. But I mean, I don't think it's a 21st century project simply because there is not sufficient care being given to the turtle population, the snake population, all the amphibians and reptiles, the various creepy crawlies. If you cut all the trees down, this also causes a problem because in a recent book, The Global Forest, they talk about a farmer in Hokkaido who cuts down all the trees on his property, and naturally it becomes a desert in due course. But what no one expected was that the ocean itself also became a desert. Can you move back just so we can look at the turtles peacefully while I continue talking? We just mustn't forget them. So anyway, what happened was that the ocean itself became a desert because the trees themselves and the water that flows into the river, into the ocean, actually contains nutrients for the little tiny microbes at the bottom of the food chain. And so there were no fish. And this is a sort of cutting edge of research on trees and the environment that is not terribly familiar right now to a lot of people. And I think it's something we should consider. And also about the turtles, you know, I don't even know, like the EIS report that you put together is pretty flimsy, to be truthful. I mean, there wasn't really an indication about the turtle population here. I'm not sure if the people who did the report really even knew about these turtles. These are, you know, a species at risk. Anyway, so I would like you to think outside the box here, because to me, again, this proposal, it may seem very lovely, but to me, it's kind of based on the old one from the Davis Tannery way back in the 80s, and of course the Wellington Street extension goes back to the 60s. To me, this is not 21st century thinking, and I am promoting high-rises. I mean, I'm not usually a person to promote high-rises, but to me, I agree with one of the previous speakers who did mention a difference in height for the various things, and I know there are constraints in this regard, but to me, and the consultants from Dialogue actually agreed with me that it made more sense, maximize the green space. I would like to see Orchard Street be the eastern boundary. Like, you know that you're gonna, I mean, Mark said that, you know, realistically they're expecting a reduction
30
of,
seconds.
How many?
30.
30, a reduction of 20%. Make it 40 or 50%, honestly. So if that were to happen, I'd be happy. Last thing about the rowing club. I mean, I love rowing. My daughter was a rower. I don't think that rowing club is in the right location. It should be moved further south. Where do you want to put the rowing club? It's right where the turtles are. This is a massive turtle colony. We just have to respect all living creatures here if we're really going to be 21st century.
Thank you very much. Do we have Sayeda Jaffer? Welcome. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. So my name is Sayeda Jaffer, and I live at 242 Rideau Street. I'm here to express my opposition to this development proposal. I want to share excerpts from a blog post written by a collective called Knowing the Land is Resistance. They visited Kingston in July 2011 while doing a speaking tour. Their piece for me speaks to the inherent value of how land, like the tannery, can and does heal itself, and how we often miss that when we only think about the economic value of land in terms of the property tax it might generate, or the middle-class residents it will house to support the downtown economy. I encourage us all to think about valuing land for what it does for us as it is. So I'm just going to read some excerpts. There was once a tannery here that leaked its poisons into the soil for decades, and hazardous waste continued to be dumped here even after the old tannery was torn down. The popular story is that the tannery grounds are poisonous, unsafe, and need to somehow be dealt with. This story keeps most people away, and it has meant that for the past 40 or 50 years, this site has been rewilding on its own. Our first steps through the gates immediately reveal the richness of what has come to be out in this forgotten corner of Kingston. Inside the fence, we rest in the welcome shade of a dense thicket. The thicket community here is characterized by small, quick-growing trees like staghorn sumac and Manitoba maple. They form a canopy over the goldenrod, fleabane, and other wildflowers that would have been amongst the first plants to return to the site, stabilizing and enriching the soil until larger trees could get established. The process by which the first species to establish themselves in a brownfield develop into a thicket is called succession, and it means a steady increase in biodiversity and health. The eager plants in this thicket represent an early succession community. They build up the soil and create habitat for the birds and mammals, who bring the seed for the next stage of succession. Oftentimes, these kinds of thickets are dismissed as valueless and just a bunch of weeds, when really they are doing the important frontline work in healing the most damaged of lands. The tannery grounds are huge, and there is so much life and growth around that we could easily spend all day exploring just this one spot. But the thicket is only the first of 3 distinct ecosystems that make up the healing land. Just beyond the willows, there is a fork in the trail, and to the left, there is a meadow that is still dealing with the most recent disturbances to the site. To the right, there is a marsh thriving on the fill left from this land's industrial past. The writers go on to describe the other 2 ecosystems on the site and the many other types of trees, animals, birds, and other life that exist in that space. I share this because I think many fearmonger about what the site is like. I think it's an asset in the neighborhood, and just as it is, it doesn't, there's been a lot of narrative about disturbance or, undesirable things happening there, and I think that it fails to recognize a lot of the beauty that already exists in the tannery. I also want to second Susan Bellier's comments about the disrespect shown towards homeless people and other marginalized folks in Kingston. I'm disappointed that those comments weren't recognized and articulated as being harmful and disrespectful as they were. The facilitator made a comment earlier that we shouldn't show disrespect, and yet that was sort of went unnoticed. I think they reproduce harmful stereotypes about people in our community, and I think it's our collective failure that every resident in our city doesn't have a home. I think what we need in terms of housing is over 1,000 rent geared to income housing, and not affordable housing that's just below market rate, but actual rent geared to income. The proposed units, while might add to the housing stock, they will not address the housing crisis because luxury units are a different segment of the housing market. Producing a lot more of those in the city is not going to actually have an impact on the people who are really suffering.
30 seconds.
I want to end on a comment that I think the developers' presentations assert a level of compliance with regulations that I don't think is there. I encourage everyone to read the CRCA and Parks Canada responses that raise many significant concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pilan?
Seguli, Lindsay Pilan ni Yukayats Onuataka ni Wahunchiota. Hello, my name is Lindsay Pilan. Turtle is my clan, Oneida is my nation. I'm not here to speak to you as an Indigenous woman because my experience has been it doesn't lend a whole lot of credibility to my voice anyway. I will speak to you as a co-owner of a home on 2 Orchard Street. I've lived there for 4 years since we found out we were pregnant with our son. We have wandered the tannery lands. Why would a child walk the tannery lands? Because it's his Mother Earth. I am not a city planner, I'm not an architect, I am not studied in the environment, but I do know water runs downhill, and as someone who walks the Doug Fleur Park many times a day, it boggles me that it is being spoken of as a viable part of the accessibility to downtown when half the month it's a wash of mud. So much so that the children who live at the affordable housing on Rideau Street can't play in it. It's impassable, except for those who are able-bodied. So my strong concern is that I think we need more details about these silt walls, and I think we need more information about how there can be some sort of guarantee that there will not be toxic runoff. In a time when Canadian waterfront cities are examining 10 years, are trying to predict how they can protect waterfront developments that are already in place because of rising water levels, Kingston wants to build on its fragile waterfront. And my other question, so aside from more explanation on the silt walls, what protections will be in place if something happens during phase 1, phase 2 of this production, human error, flood, or fire, and the Patry development stalls? I'm concerned that we're going to be left with clear-cut land that, and I'm not an environmentalist, but I don't know that sod grass cover is known for its efficacy in removing heavy metals from soil. I mean, let me share one last thing that you don't have insight to as a worker on Orchard Street, or as someone who uses Orchard Street frequently, and it's possibly the most galling. I'm here to publicly condemn what seemed to be Patry's first phase of dealing with the marginalized population that inhabit the tannery lands, which was unsigned letters saying that trespassers will have the police called on them. That's goddamn criminal, and it's a shame, and if that was the first prong of your approach, I think we need a little bit more insight into next steps on making the tannery lands accessible for the Kingston community. Yawa. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have 2 more registered speakers, Mr. Ed Smith and Mr. Joe Atkinson.
Thank you, members of council. Good evening, members of planning committee. I've had a chance to meet with the IBI group. In one of the multiple sessions, they gave the public an opportunity to attend about the project, so I'm reasonably well versed on the project's elements. Given the many challenges on this site, not limited to being next to a UNESCO World Heritage Rideau River and the massive environmental cleanup costs associated with the site, I believe the proposed project fits the site and will be a significant benefit to Kingston for the following reasons. The built forms, varied facades and dorm lines, in addition to a mixed use of brick, stone, and stucco-type facade coverings, gives the impression of a high-quality residential development. All the residential parking stalls are hidden from view. The 6-story height preserves the view of the land from the river, not overpowering the view of the site. 1,500 units built over time will have a substantial positive economic impact for the city and therefore to the taxpayers of Kingston vis-a-vis the substantial annual property taxes it will generate. 1,500 units built over time will have a substantial positive impact on the downtown, as the central business district will be the nearest significant shopping area to the 3,500 to 4,500 people who will live there. Construction jobs, both soft and hard, will generate thousands of person-years in jobs and generate millions of dollars in spin-off revenue and jobs for the community. Formerly contaminated lands will be rehabilitated and put back into productive use. We'll provide more connection opportunities to the KMP Trail through the site, therefore creating more awareness and use of the trail with the general public. At least 4 hectares will be left as natural habitat, but at the same time bring the habitat into public consciousness. 3.7 acres of public park space will be created, and new multi-use sports facilities for public use will also be created. Improvements to the shoreline will be made, and although I'd prefer to see more natural shoreline improvements mixed with those less natural elements necessary to make the site usable and welcoming, it will improve the shoreline. Thank you for considering my input. I urge planning staff to move this forward at the opportune time when staff bring back their report.
Thank you very much. And the final speaker I have registered tonight is Mr. Joe Atkinson.
Thanks very much. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to speak. Development Drive, Kingston. I've been a resident of Kingston for about 15 years, and to back up Mr. Patry's comments of what a beautiful city this is. And I've driven by the tannery quite a few times, obviously in the last 15 years, and you know, I think it's admirable that Mr. Patry is willing to take this kind of a risk gamble in our city when nobody else is looking to do so. The remediation in that property could do one or two things for Mr. Patry. It could make him or break him. The fact that he has this kind of belief, you know, in our community and wants to invest into our community, I appreciate that very much. I am a local business, my family. You know, we don't, this doesn't mean, this development does not mean that it is going to directly impact myself or our business, as we do not get every job that comes up. But what it does for the rest of the businesses within the city, it's huge, guys. There's a lot of employment that will be happening here. I strongly suggest that council take a serious look at this. That's about all I have to say, and I thank you very much for your time.
Okay, well, that concludes all of the deputations. So I had 31 deputations, and as a matter of housekeeping, I said I was going to take some of the questions, absorb them, and put them back to the applicant. I have about 2 or 3 questions that I have here. So there was a question about seeking more information about the silt walls. Is there somebody on the team that wants to address the concerns around the efficacy of the silt walls?
Yes, I understand that you know, once vegetation is removed and soil is exposed, I understand the concern about the potential for that to run off. But I can assure everyone that this is a very important issue, and it will be managed well through ensuring that properly qualified contractors are used, that specifications will be prepared to ensure that erosion controls are well designed and properly placed. And so in terms of the silt fencing, it will be placed to prevent runoff of sediment from the site. And I had also mentioned earlier when I spoke about silt curtains, which would be used in the case of any work that's required right at the shoreline. So I don't know if there's really much more to be said about that, but certainly every precaution will be taken to make sure that contaminated sediment is not running off into the surrounding water bodies.
On the notion of, the question was put to was put on the floor, that does the city need more housing? And I wonder if either staff or the applicant want to address the notion that the city needs to, that the city hasn't necessarily been responding to the direction of growth or the lack thereof. And with all of the units in the pipeline, does the city actually need more housing?
So I'll,
through you, Mr. Chair, maybe I'll start and others might want to add. So the city takes a very serious look at growth in housing and how that relates to growth in population. And so I think members of the Planning Committee are familiar with the city's pending and committed housing update or review that we do annually to make sure that we understand what's coming down the pipeline in terms of new construction, new housing. We also look at, of course, population growth. And so in 2013, we did the last iteration of the population, housing, and employment projections, and it forecasted varying degrees of population growth and sort of acknowledged the comment that the 2016 census data provided us with a number that was very much lower than what the population projections were saying. We are in the process of putting a report soon to go to council with a recommendation to retain another firm to do an update to our population projections so that we can get a sense of the actual rate of population growth in the city, because quite frankly, we have a lot of skepticism of the census numbers as they relate to population growth in the city of Kingston. There are a lot of other indicators of population growth that are not reflected in the census numbers that we believe are demonstrating or demonstrable of the actual rate of growth of population in the city. So we're asking our consultant to do a triangulation of data sets to better understand the rate of population growth in the city. An indicator of population growth and the pressure on the current housing market is the vacancy rate, the rental vacancy rate, which there was a report that went to council recently that identified a 0.7% vacancy rate, which is one of the lowest in Canada, if not the lowest. So there are growth pressures on the city that we know exist that may not be reflected in the census data that we're trying to wrap our heads around, and that data will be forthcoming with some urgency.
I'll put one last question out because some clarification on the percentage of affordability housing and how housing affordability, or how this particular application addresses the affordability, what the measure of affordability is in your mind's eye, and how the notion of affordability is being embedded into the application.
So there's a couple parts to that. One, we are very open to the city to have conversations about adding affordable housing to this project. We're at the early stages. I do have affordable housing in some of our other projects. I'm an owner of a property management firm in Toronto that are one of the owners there that manages over 4,000 units of affordable housing. It's something that's dear to my heart. I want to provide affordable housing within the city of Kingston. And when people claim that 1,500 units doesn't help affordability in Kingston, I think they just need to look at the CMHC data and how many units we actually have there. It's really simple. When we add 1,500 units, that opens up 1,500 units somewhere else. And it may be that those units are more expensive than somebody that is at the bottom end of that scale, but that releases that pressure all the way across. And my argument is high vacancy is actually good for a city to a certain degree. If you go to the States, 5-6% is what they're looking for in a lot of their places because they want a competitive environment. And that competitive environment means the landlords need to do a good job. We can't just get away with substandard housing and not doing anything. When we've got a little bit higher vacancy rate because we've increased the housing numbers, that means that we have to do a better job, all of us, in making sure that the tenants that are there have great houses. And it used to be that apartments were kind of the last resort, and people wanted to own homes before. We're seeing a lot of people that are older that now want to live in apartments. They want the freedom of having an apartment, walking out the door, and going to Florida or Europe or wherever. and they need this demand for it. There was one other thing that I'd like to bring up. It was an untruth told by one of the people there with regards to the homeless people that were on the site. There's a lot of concerns there from our side of things. As a landowner, last year somebody almost died on that site. It was very close. When we have insurance, a liability insurance policy with it, my liability insurer says quite clearly there can't be homeless people living on it. We're dealing with a number of people that are causing fires on that site. There's been 31 fires that we've documented in the last 2 months there. When we looked at relocating people from this site, we worked with the city over a period of 6 weeks. We handed out notices to people saying you need to leave. The city allocated resources to help find housing for everybody that was there. People that weren't able to leave within the timelines that we asked, we gave them extensions for it. So we certainly were open to whatever we needed to do. But we have concerns. Like I've got a picture of somebody's house that's burned down. Last year, somebody was living there with a wood stove. And unfortunately, their significant other OD'd. And that was the person that almost died. But like if that happens and somebody causes a fire, that's a real issue for us. And we want to, what I'd like to do is take the spring and clean the site up so that it's got all, I urge you guys to walk that site. There's a lot of debris on it. I think there's over 140 shopping carts that are just on the site. So we're actively trying to manage that. I have somebody that goes through the site 3 to 4 times a week and tries to re-secure it. And we're looking to work with the city and the police to try to make that work.
Okay, well, with no further speakers and no further questions, I'm going to turn it over to the chair, who has a few additional housekeeping items that he wanted to put out.
Great. I'm going to make this quick, and then we'll go back to the committee for any further questions or that. There were a couple of comments that were made, and I'm sorry, the 30 years a teacher. The teacher in me wants to correct a couple of things that were said tonight. A couple of people talked about the city's open government policy and why they didn't have access to certain environmental studies. The studies they were referring to were done by RMC on a contract with the federal government. The federal government allowed them to be shared with the city when we were looking at doing our due diligence on this property. But we have never had proprietorship of those documents. So we, in fact, would be in breach of an agreement with a upper tier government, which is never a good thing for a municipality to do, if we were to release them. Planning staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but the more current environmental studies, I believe, for the site condition report that the proponent has to do, that, I believe, does become public information and will be on Dash. But just as with the, when we were looking at the Marine Museum, we never owned that data. So it was never up to the city to share that data. In fact, we were told we couldn't. So that is worth noting. So nobody is trying to avoid transparency here. We've never owned that data. The other thing that came up was the secondary plan. And why are we even allowing planning projects to go ahead with the secondary plan? Secondary plan is defined in the Planning Act, as are a number of other things, including giving the right of any proponent, any developer, to come forward with a proposal. And I would sincerely hope that all developers will totally respect the secondary plan process as it goes ahead. But the reality is, the city could not say, oh, we have a secondary plan going on, we don't want to see your planning application. That would be contrary to the Planning Act. And if the planners, if I've misspoke at all, if the planners want to correct me? No? Okay. They don't always agree with me, so it's a good thing. Thank you. I'm going to open this up to members of the committee if there are any further questions or comments that people would like to make. Okay. Any member, other councillor that would like to comment? Yes, Councillor Hutchison.
Just want to thank you to the public for their points of view. The thing that strikes me is, of course, this proposal is exciting in some ways because this has been wasteland for so long. And I've supported development on the Davis Tannery for years in some form. The question is the form and how it fits in with the different types of demands of the city's official plan, the provincial statement, the CRCA, the Parks Canada. The point is this: everybody can be enthusiastic or not enthusiastic, and all the statements can be mostly true. That's the difficulty for the city, particularly staff, I might say, who have to try and round that rectangle somehow. And of course, the developer has to be able to figure out, you know, where he can make adjustments, where he can make a profit, to make it worthwhile to do it. And I just want to make it clear to people that all those and many more aspects have to be taken into account. And it's not easy. And that's the difficulty with the role and responsibility, frankly, under the Planning Act of the city. I would point out, for example, we were asking some questions. I didn't want to think that, you know, regarding the CRCA and what they had to say. And the proposal actually recognizes they've got issues and challenges. I've talked to Mr. Patry, and we had a really good discussion, actually, and I understand his passion and his desire. And there's a lot of information that has not been supplied yet to staff or the public or councillors. And for example, in the CRCA submission, there are 9 points, and every one of them says more information is necessary in order for us to make a decision. So I say that so that everyone can understand that this is not easy, and it's not a slam dunk. I would like to see something developed there, but I want to see these questions answered as well, and including also Parks Canada and our own official plan demands, which are developed through extensive consultation with the public. And they expect us to uphold it, and sometimes accuse us of not upholding it. So I just wanted to make clear what the tensions are here. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Great. Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, I want to thank everybody for attending and for having such a civil tone throughout the process. This will go back to our planning staff. They've heard the comments and questions. It's a very complex file. There will be a comprehensive report after thorough consultation with the proponent that will come back to planning. Will everybody who's expressed an interest in this be notified of the comprehensive report when it comes forward?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, yes, absolutely. So as part of the notification process for tonight, there's a circulation that's done. Certainly anybody that's in attendance tonight or has spoken or has signed the sign-in sheet has the opportunity to be personally notified of any upcoming meetings, whether there's a second public meeting, whether it's just a meeting to consider the comprehensive report. We also put notifications, courtesy type ads in the WIG standard. Everything's always referenced on to the city's website that has the information. Typically for larger development applications, I usually provide provide a blog post as well. And then we look for opportunities to push it out through social media sometimes as well too. So we will do our best to make sure there's multiple opportunities for as many people to be notified about upcoming meetings that are interested in this particular proposal.
I did it this time. Great. Given the complexity and the size of this proposal, can I assume that we'll be doing a thorough urban design peer review of the project at some point?
Typically with more complex applications like this one, it's not uncommon for staff to request peer reviews related to some of the major studies, urban design being one of them. So that's something that's being looked at right now and would likely be an eventual outcome of the technical review process to make sure that we have that triangulation of information the way Mr. Newman was referencing. That's typically the way we do our analysis, so that we have 2 points of view plus a third to make sure that we have a real sense of what the professional opinion needs to be related to the property.
Thank you very much. So I will now declare this meeting finished. I'm also going to suggest a 5-minute recess for all of us that are tap dancing here under our desks. And we'll reconvene in 5 minutes. So I will call the meeting to order as soon as I find a clerk.
Sorry, we were just
That's okay.
I was going to come get you. So
No problem. So I am about to call the regular planning committee to order. Approval of the agenda. Thank you, Councillor Sanik. Thank you, Councillor McLaren. Has to get his name in the minutes sometime or other. All those in favor? Carried. Confirmation of minutes from our February 15th meeting. Thank you, Councillor Turner. Councillor Sanik, any corrections? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried. Disclosure of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Delegations, briefings? None. We're about to start the business portion. I've spoken to my intrepid vice chair, who has agreed to reverse places with me. Since this is in my district, I probably have far too many questions to be sitting in the chair. So we'll reverse place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neal. Okay, so I'll take over from here, and I'm going to start with the business. So I'll read this out. This portion of the meeting is open to the public. The city has initiated a new process in which the members of the public will have the opportunity to speak for up to 5 minutes on comprehensive reports presented before the Planning Committee. Those wishing to provide oral comments at this meeting will be invited to do so. However, because this is not a public meeting pursuant to the requirements of the Planning Act, in order to retain appeal rights to the Ontario Municipal Board, one must have provided oral comments during the statutory public meeting and/or provide written comments in advance of a final decision by council. So we'll proceed to file number D11-058-2014, subject site plan control application, address 495 and 513 Frontenac Street, Patry Enterprises. Report of the Commissioner. Okay, so I'm going to open this up to, the presentation, yes. Yes, Commissioner Agnew will be presenting. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. So pleased to be here this evening. There's a long history associated with this file. I think it dates back to about a year after I moved to Kingston. So we're almost a decade of this file being in progress. It's gone through different iterations. It's gone through the Ontario Municipal Board. It's back before Planning Committee this evening based on a bump-up request that was passed at Council, I believe, in 2015. So I wanted to put together a bit of a presentation for you this evening just to go over at a high level, the key points associated with the site plan related to this application, and certainly I'm happy to take questions. This process has involved a lot of public consultation, and I've tried to, as best tonight in consultation with my staff, pull together all the information related to some of the more recent submissions that have been provided to members of council and to planning staff related to the site plan specifically, and I'm happy to address those this evening. So this matter before you, it's site plan control. So in terms of the planning process, the zoning for this particular site was approved by the Ontario Municipal Board. So there was a process that went through the municipal process here. There was then an appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board. They rendered a decision related to the zoning for the site, and what you have before you tonight is the site plan. So in normal circumstances, staff under my authority, we do the delegated approval related to final site plan, but because of the bump up, we're here before you this evening. And also because in the last month, the site plan matter was also within the board's jurisdiction, and based on a decision of Mr. Patry to withdraw his appeal, the board is no longer seized of the matter, and then it's brought back to the municipality for a final decision. So if there's any questions related to process, I'm happy to answer them later in the presentation. I just wanted to give you an overview of what the history of the file has been and where we are tonight. In terms of what you're going to be seeing, it's a site plan approval for a 71-unit residential building, and it's at the addresses of 495 to 513 Frontenac. There's multiple parcels that are assembled together to contain the building that's proposed. Like I said, the Ontario Municipal Board did provide a decision related to the zoning in 2015 to approve a 71-unit building. And what you see before you tonight in the site plan meets all of the zoning requirements for the site. So it's compliant with the zoning as approved by the Ontario Municipal Board. So the location of the site, I think most of the people that are in the room tonight live near the site or beside the site or within walking distance, but just in case, for a refresher, we're looking at a subject site that, like I indicated, there's several parcels together, which is why you see the range and the address that are located on the east side of Frontenac Street, north of Princess Street. So it's a 0.39 hectare site that is assembled together. And previously, and to some extent today, there have been multiple buildings on the site that have either been removed or in the process of removal as part of preparing the site for construction once the municipality provides final site plan approval. The surrounding land uses to the north and east are low and medium density residential. On the west side of Frontenac Street, directly adjacent to the site, there's a commercial restaurant, there's a triplex, there's a church parish, and directly south of the site, there are a lot that contains 3 residential units that front directly onto Princess Street. So there's a variety of uses that surround the site, and it's important to note that the site is directly north of the Williamsville Main Street study, so it's not directly within that study area, it's just north of it. In terms of the overall site plan up on the screen, you see the overhead view of the building as it's proposed. In total, like I indicated before, we're looking at a 4.5-story building with 71 residential units. That breaks down to a total of 243 bedrooms. So we're looking at one one-bedroom unit, 11 two-bedrooms, 26 three-bedrooms, 23 four-bedrooms, and 10 five-bedroom units. And that's the way that the 71 units are broken down. So there's a good mix in size of unit types within the building as it's proposed. There's a walkway that's going to be provided along the southern lot line at grade to provide access to the rear yard and the courtyard that's in the back as amenity space. There's also highlighting to the east and the south yards. There's a 1.8 meter wooden fence along the back and along the side. That's proposed to be a masonry wall. There's a lot of amenity space that's proposed. So one of the key considerations in looking at this is 3,600 square meters. So that's like 36,000 square feet when you multiply by 10. So that's a ton of amenity space. The reason why there's so much is that the zoning that was approved for this was under the previous regime for amenity space. So there would be a significant difference if we applied the amenity rate that's in effect now, but because of when the zoning was done, this has the old rate applied to it. And in terms of the overall amenity area, it's represented in courtyard, landscape area, interior amenities, and an exercise room. There's balconies and patios. There's south side amenity on the upper roof, just on the south side of the building only, and then there's also living rooms that constitute part of the amenity space. In terms of the overall parking, the zoning that was approved by the Ontario Municipal Board used a rate of 0.92 parking spaces per dwelling unit. So that's a total of 65 parking spaces on site, and these are all being provided as part of an underground parking structure underneath the building. There's also 71 bicycle spaces that are provided on the site, and that there is an access to the parking garage that's provided via a ramp that connects Princess Street to the garage entrance located at the northeast corner. In terms of the overall density, the bylaw allows for a maximum density of 195 units. That's part of the decision that was rendered by the board, and 195 dwelling units in terms of per net hectare has been provided in terms of the density. So again, it's meeting all the zoning provisions as they were approved by the Ontario Municipal Board. This just shows you, and I know it's not terribly effective because it's at a large scale and it's also in black and white, but this is the only copy of the drawing that we had. It shows the landscaping plan, and what you see there in the central part is that courtyard amenity space that's proposed for the building. Of note, there are some city trees that are along the Frontenac Street frontage that the developer, as part of the landscaping plan, is indicating there will be protections put in place during the construction process to try to ensure that the health of those trees can be maintained and that those trees will survive beyond the life of the construction. And there's also some additional new trees that are proposed. There's also some additional shrubbery that's proposed along the front. Some new trees along the back, some various plantings within the courtyard as well, some grassed areas around the periphery of the building, and some smaller shrub plantings in front of the building and within the private property areas of the complex. This just gives you an overall breakdown of the planting. So as part of the site plan approval process, the Parks Group in our Parks and Leisure department, they look through this thoroughly. They look at the types of vegetation that are being planted. They make suggestions to ensure that as much as possible there's native tree species or shrubs that are proposed. They keep in mind the survival rate, and those are the types of things that are contemplated. So they have reviewed this plan thoroughly and have provided their support for the plantings as proposed. In terms of public correspondence, certainly in the lifetime of 9 years, I think since this originally came forward, there's been a lot of public correspondence. More recently, planning staff have been working very closely with residents in the area and other people that have wanted to be involved in the project, whether they live beside it or live in the area or just have a general interest. And recently, there's been some additional correspondence. Some of it councillors would have received directly. Some of it would be on the add-ins tonight. Some of it came directly to planning staff. So the key issues that we've really been working on in the last couple months are related to stormwater management, working with the applicant related to the building materials and finishes, because those are elements that we control through the site plan process, looking at noise concerns and evaluating the noise study that was done as part of the site plan submission, looking at whether there's any recommendations related to noise attenuation that have to be accommodated on site or within the building, certainly reviewing the garbage area that's proposed for the building, and also having ongoing discussions about not only the proposal of the existing amenity space, but the previous one, and some of that being shifted through this process of technical review with the applicant to where we are today. In terms of the stormwater management, there was a lot of work that was done to look at how the stormwater is going to be contained on the site to make sure that adjacent properties aren't negatively affected. So as part of any type of new development, the general principle is that whatever your flows are prior to development, they have to be the same or less as part of the post-development. So that has to go with the strategy of how the water is managed once you're decreasing the impervious structure and creating more permanent structures. How does that affect where water goes on the property when it rains, when it snows? So I have Tyler Lasco with me here at the site tonight from engineering. Tyler's provided a lot of detailed input related to the stormwater management, to the report that was provided in support of the site plan, and then working through some of the technical technical details to ensure that the pre and post is equaled and that we have a high level of confidence that water is not going to be pushed on to neighboring properties as part of the development of this particular property. In terms of the building materials and finishes, and this one is a little bit hard to see. This represents, I believe, in terms of the site plan, I think we received either 9 or 10 iterations. So I believe this is version 9. You can see in this version, it is a colored rendering of the profile of the building. As it stands on the lower level, there's a masonry finish with red brick above, and then a proposed hardy board finish. So staff have been working with the applicant related to the building materials and finishes, and what staff are recommending as part of the committee's consideration tonight is that an additional recommendation be added to staff's recommendation as it is in the report to ensure that as part of the final approval that the entire building is clad in masonry. So there wouldn't be vinyl siding or hardy board, it would all be clad in masonry. And there are a few reasons for this. Most importantly, that as part of the justification for the site in support of the zoning related to talking about the built form that's existing in the area, pretty much everything that's around it is red brick and masonry in the area. So we wanted to make sure that there was a building form that was most compatible with the area, that provided some reasonable transition in terms of the look of it, and some of that was the applicant tried to capture into the architecture. So that's one of the key pieces that that we're recommending tonight be an additional consideration beyond what you see, just so that it's very specifically mentioned. In terms of, we received some additional correspondence related to the covered garage ramp. So I'm just trying to see if I can show you. If you look to the left of the screen, that's where the drive aisle is that goes down into the underground parking structure that's underneath the building. So as part of a previous iteration of this plan and prior to a key change that was made in the building code, there was some requirement related to finished grade that at one time had the developer contemplating a roofed structure over part of the drive access to and from the garage. So over the life of the project, there were changes to the Ontario Building Code that no longer had the grade issue that he was dealing with in previous iterations. So as part of that process, there's no longer a requirement for, or not even a requirement, but a consideration for any part of that drive aisle to be roofed. The structure is completely subgrade, and as part of the noise study, they looked specifically at vehicles going in and out with the understanding that nothing was going to be covered over with any type of roofing, and they concluded as part of the noise study that they didn't have additional concerns. What we do have to the left of the screen is, as part of the site plan approval, would be a 1.8 meter masonry wall, and part of that would be overall in terms of creating some sound attenuation on the site generally, but again, in terms of the noise study, it was determined that the way that the drive aisle is proposed now is completely reasonable, and it meets with the Ontario Building Code the way that it is written today. In terms of the issue of garbage, we did receive some correspondence from a few residents that felt there was some concern about the size of the garbage room that's in the building. So there's a couple of things that I can speak to with respect to that. We don't have anything in terms of a municipal best practice or a requirement through the zoning or site plan approval that says this is the right size of garbage room based on this size of building and this many units. We don't get into creating policy at that level. So what I can say is that as part of the site plan review process and technical review, this went through our solid waste department. They look at every proposal. They look at the size of the garbage room, but they also look at the entrance in and out and how that garbage is going to get to the curb. And they're thinking about it from the standpoint of how to maximize garbage and recycling removal from the property. There weren't any concerns that were identified. I think some of the concerns were that if the garbage or the recycling area was insufficient, that somehow that would spill outside of the building. And from an enforcement perspective, that work is done under my group. So if there are any issues with cleanliness, with garbage not being stored properly interior to the building, with bins that fall over before or after pickup to the site and anything that's left, that responsibility does fall with the property owner, and we as a municipality do have the ability to enforce that if there isn't compliance related to quick cleanup on the site to ensure that there aren't any nuisance issues in the community with respect to waste and recycling. In terms of the amenity space, we did have some correspondence that came in related to the rooftop amenity. So the amenity area is not pulled back from the parapet, and it has almost doubled in size. This is one of the pieces of correspondence. So I wanted to pull up the drawings to show you. So the left-hand side is the 2014 drawings that came in support of the zoning application. What you see on the right-hand side are the 2018 drawings. So the actual area of amenity space that's been identified on sort of the lower and the right-hand side, which would be the south side of the building, the defined area hasn't changed. I think the only difference is in looking at the building's drawings is that in 2014 you can see where the space is programmed, where it's got some additional detail in there, which may make it look like it's smaller, but the actual comparison when you look at the footprint is the exact same. The right-hand side just doesn't have the programmed element in the drawings as the 2014 did. So as part of the overall discussion of amenity space, as I indicated, there is a high level of amenity space. This project, the amenity space was determined using the old standard, the one that we changed a couple of years ago. So it is higher than what it would be using today's standards, but that was put in place with the zoning that was approved by the Ontario Municipal Board. The key part just for me to emphasize is that there was some concern about rooftop amenity space on the north side of the building, which you can see is empty on the left-hand side and the right-hand side in both drawings. So staff went through the process in ensuring that that would take place. The reason for that is the north-hand side is closest to the single-family residential that's adjacent to the property. So the idea was to pull the amenity space to the other side of the rooftop so that it was farthest away from the single-family residence, and there would be less issues with respect to compatibility, noise, overlook. In terms of some municipal conditions, is going through and working with not only the property owner that's developing this site, but with property owners that live in the area and neighbors that were concerned. The municipality worked in different meetings, and Tyler may be able to speak to that as well if there's some more specific questions related to specifically how the site was going to be accessed during the construction process, what would happen to Frontenac Street, any closures, anything that's related to pedestrian safety, knowing that this is like a fairly constrained area, there's residential all around it, this is a protracted process of construction, so trying to make sure that the site is safe as possible, that the area is still passable, that it's a reasonable control of that process for the residents that live around it that have to live there during the process of construction. So there are a few different conditions that are being attached to the site plan control. One specifically is related to that wooden fence that's along the back of the property, that there be no gates or openings in the fence at any point around the perimeter of the property so that you have people passing in between properties. So that will be solid fencing with no access points. And for the construction access, all of this will be required from Frontenac Street. So there is a laneway that comes in the back, and there was some concern at certain points about construction vehicles going down a laneway and accessing the property. All of that is being firmed up through a municipal agreement to ensure that the construction plan is well identified and in place by way of a municipal agreement. So the recommendation that's before you tonight is looking for a principal approval from Planning Committee that in general, they're happy with the site plan that's here, knowing that staff are continuing to work through some additional technical details, just the ones that I mentioned tonight, and that all of those would be resolved to the satisfaction of the city prior to us issuing final site plan approval. It's also subject to the owner entering into the encroachment agreement with the city regarding the use of Frontenac Street during construction, which is the process I just talked about. And then also obviously entering into a site plan control agreement that has all the approved plans for special municipal conditions like I just talked about. All of those would be factored into the legal agreements that would be signed prior to any building permit issuance. and that the owner agrees to work with the city in terms of the parkland dedication and submitting of security so that for the site that the city holds during the time of construction until all of the details are finalized on the site, at which point the security money can be released back to the applicant. The additional condition that I would like to propose for the committee this evening is that the building be clad on all exterior walls with a combination of red brick and cast stone. So again, this is ensuring that the full building is wrapped in a form of masonry, which is different from the final iteration that you saw before you, where you saw a hardy board on the upper floors, and that there's also a railing and clear glass along the top portion of the property that staff have been working with the applicant and asking that that be removed from the lower abutting portion along the north-hand side. Again, trying to keep as much in hand as possible to minimize any impact on the closest residential to the building, which is on the north-hand side. So our next step would be if Planning Committee provides the approval in principle, it comes back to staff, and as the director, I have the final approval to sign the site plan control being finalized for the developer, which they enter into the agreement, they pay the securities, and then after all those details are done, they're able to get a building permit to construct the building. So that's the stage that we're at tonight. If there are a few details that aren't quite finished in terms of a security check being provided, or some minor things where we're just working with legal in terms of finalizing the agreement. In those positions, it's normal practice for the municipality to issue a foundation permit. So depending on how quickly we get things tied up between their lawyers and our lawyers, whether they get a full permit or they request a foundation permit while we finalize the details, those are two options that may happen as well. I'm happy to take any questions. Like I said, I have Tyler Lasco on hand from Engineering Services, and he was very involved in the review of the stormwater. The noise report also went through engineering, and there was also a lot of discussions led by engineering related to the site access for construction purposes.
Thank you for your presentation. That was very informative. Anyone from the committee? Councillor Neal, would you like to ask a question?
Thank you, and I'll try to through this. It's been a long night. So a couple of things that I think are definite improvements on what was the earlier iteration of this. And correct me if any of these things I say are inaccurate. It will now be, we're now assured, and site plan will assure that all 4 external walls will be brick clad.
We're suggesting that the committee add that as amendment to the recommendation to include that language specifically, but yes, subject to you adding it and approving it, yes.
Okay, thank you. And the rooftop will indeed be moved to the southern portion.
It's already there now.
Okay.
Yep.
The parapet, perhaps I read the plans wrong, but the parapet seemed to be quite low. It was like 28 inches or something. And I'm used to, with rooftop, maybe I misread the plans, and maybe the planner or the proponent can speak to this. But, you know, I'm used to 48-inch parapets for safety reasons or whatever. Could you, perhaps somebody, either proponent or his agent can speak to that?
Maximum height to the building.
I'm sorry, could you move closer?
Maximum height to the building, so there will be a guardrail for the rooftop amenity space.
So what's the height of the guardrail or parapet?
Well, the guardrail will be whatever is required by the building code. I believe it's 48 inches.
48? Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly what the building code is.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm used to seeing, and maybe I just misread the, but if we can ensure that indeed there's the 48-inch.
The building code will determine that, right? We won't be able to get a building permit without.
Okay.
So.
Good.
That'll be looked after at the building code stage.
Good. The laneway, I received several comments from people that live along Alfred Street.
Yep.
That is a laneway that's shared by those Alfred Street tenants or owners, but it's never been a fire route, and it's never been it's never been an open laneway. This will remain the case, will it? And will that be specified within the site plan, or can it be?
Yeah, so we can deal with that through the site plan. I know that as part of the due diligence associated with this, and Gulse, I don't know if you have any more details to offer, that there was a legal search that was done to look at properties having any specific easement rights over that particular section. And we didn't find anything that was encumbering that property, but certainly we're dealing with that through the process, Gulse. So I don't know if you have any additional comments to offer. Please feel free.
Through you, Mr. Chair. We didn't find any records showing that this property has legal access through that laneway. Since the property is going to be completely enclosed with fencing, there will not be any access to that laneway.
Thank you. And again, that'll be ensured in the wording of the site plan. I believe there's some mention, and some people in the neighborhood definitely pitched the idea, and I think it makes sense, for some kind of a road closure that will dissuade during construction. Perhaps longer, but that's for a later decision. But yes.
If I may, yes. So we've had initial discussions with the applicant and their team to talk about the logistics of bringing in materials and building this actual site. And so what came out of that was a strong potential to close Frontenac in order to facilitate that, which is related to some of the conditioning that you see tonight, respecting encroachment agreements. But it's staff's understanding that certainly the initial phases of moving the materials in to frame that building up, it would be most effective to do that. So generally speaking, in principle, I think staff are supportive of that notion, provided there's a number of conditions that come along with that, respecting pedestrians being able to move through and service to that neighborhood continuing during that period.
Great. And my second last comment is, I was just reminded by a neighboring constituent that some of the wording initially for the rationale for the roof on parking entrance was that it would serve as a side yard separation to the adjoining property. Can you explain why that no longer is I know that building code has changed slightly, so it's no longer a requirement of building code. But if it was, and I'm not sure if it was mentioned in the expert witness report to the OMB, but if it was mentioned with the rationale of having of achieving a side yard separation at all, why wouldn't it still be a consideration?
If you want to give it a go.
The roof that's over top of the parking structure actually took place after all of the zoning and stuff went forth. Originally, when we designed the building, it was for a 4-story building, which you have to make an average grade around the whole building. Through that process, we'd taken the whole building across all of it and came up with average grade. During the construction of 663 Princess Street, we'd originally applied that interpretation to how you would define average grade. When construction was underway, the city reviewed that and decided that it was actually appropriate for the building code to have each building have average grade. So what happens in a large wood frame construction building, and maybe there's a picture of the roof there, is actually 2 buildings according to the building code. So each one of those needed to make average grade. So that roof was actually added for no other reason effectively than to make an average grade calculation so that we could comply with the building code after we had a different interpretation than what we originally were using. So originally we'd always used 1 building. Once they defined it in 2 separate buildings, we needed to make average grade, which is why we added that roof. So that was actually added after the fact. And now it's no longer needed with a 6-story building.
Ms. Agnew, there will be no sizable noise impact. That was what was found with the new noise study.
Yeah, so.
Are there any fume issues from not having it covered?
I'm not aware of any particular no odor issues that came up as part of the detailed design. The way that I understand it is that that particular design element that was contemplated in a much earlier iteration of the drawing and before the code changes that Mr. Patry spoke about, it was looked at, it was never meant specifically or used as a justification to address noise or as amenity space specifically. So that wasn't part of the justification as it was articulated to the Ontario Municipal Board. But that said, the noise assessment that was done specifically looked at that vehicular entrance to the garage in relation to sensitive points that are near it from a noise perspective. That study concluded that there were no issues related to noise being created from that needed to be mitigated specifically in addition to anything that's already contemplated on the site. Along that side of the property, the north side of the property, like I indicated, there's a 1.8 meter masonry wall. So that's not just a slat fence, that's a solid wall that's proposed to help with that transition piece and to separate the uses.
And my last comment, I don't know any tactful way of saying it, so I'll just say it. Okay. I know that at a previous development at 665 or 663 Princess Street, about 4 years or over 4 years after occupancy, site plan hadn't been completed. The city has since cashed the bond and completed
So Jim,
the
let's
site
talk
plan.
about that. I'm going to interrupt you here for 1 second while you continue to sell things that aren't true. So if you want to speak to things, then speak to the truth. But don't say it's 4 years when it's not. And don't cash a bond and then do absolutely nothing with it once and investigate it. So if you find your facts right, please.
I will choose to believe what staff reported to me when I inquired about that situation. And yes, the fact is the bond was cashed. With the exception of the external lighting, I believe the site plan has been completed at this time. So I just wanted to, and quite frankly, I think there's kind of shared responsibility there between the developer and the city, because we need to be more vigilant about those things as well. So I just wanted to ensure that the bond would be adequate to complete any site plan agreement that's made on that site.
Yes, so I can speak to that. In terms of the securities that are taken, there's a formula that exists that plugs in the values associated with on-site and off-site works that we take a percentage of, and we hold those securities. So we would be following the normal process related to the calculation of securities required for this site in particular. It is true that in the last couple of years, and more specifically in the last year, that we have worked with our legal team to look at modifying the language in site plan control agreements to add some additional information related to timing of completion of site plans upon occupancy and substantial completion, and what time frame we want to see that achieved within. So we will be continuing to do that on a go-forward basis and working with developers to ensure that they know the time frame associated with substantial completion related to that occupancy request, so that we can minimize the extent of site plan control deficiency issues that we have throughout the city on a go-forward basis.
Currently, there's 120 days. There's a number of days after occupancy within the bylaw, I believe. Do you know roughly what it is? I can get that information
I don't
later.
know off the top of my head, but I think it's around it's like around 3 or 4 months, I believe.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Can I make a couple of points? And the building got occupancy that you're referring to, Jim, in September, partial occupancy in September of 2017. Full completion of the building wasn't until a couple months after that. We had a plan to finish the whole thing for September 29th. On September 25th, you guys called our bond and still haven't completed the process. I've asked you specifically about other developments that are on Albert Street that have been going for 6 years and you haven't dealt with it. So I take a real offense to when you single me out and say I don't do something, when everything was done on that site except for a couple
Could
of
I
things.
ask the chair to please...
Okay, I have to end this now.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
for your conversation. I thank you as well. But I also have to ask everyone, I need a motion to extend the meeting because we are approaching 11:45. Councillor Osanek and Councillor Neal. Okay, I'd like to move on. Oh, wait, I need to vote on it. Could we vote, please? All right, that carries. Thank you. Moving on, more questions? Councillor Osanek, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your 2 questions probably just take 5 minutes, and thanks very much for the briefing. They basically addressed everything that were in all the letters that we got. Just one thing about the garage ramp on the north side, and there's one concern about lighting. So if there's going to be the wall, which is 1.8 meters, which I think is just over 5 feet or so, will there be any lights? And could the lights be no taller than the wall? Or how can concerns with lights on the adjacent residents be accommodated?
So through the site plan process, staff evaluate those details and we make sure that there's information and details related to the site plan approval, requesting that all lighting be directed down so that you're not having it cascaded up, so that you have, adjacent backyards that are lit up beside it. So that's one of the details that is looked at through the site plan and controlled through that process.
Thank you. And with that ramp on the north side, there's a concern in an email here about the sharp turn it would take to then get into the parking garage. And if that sharp turn could even be made in the winter time, since it would be 90 degrees.
Yes, just writing something quickly. Oh, go ahead, Tyler.
So through you, Madam Chair, the ramp itself, I believe in the latest iterations, is a heated facility. Respecting surface and use of it. The design of it would be done by a qualified professional, so it's reasonable to understand that vehicular traffic appropriate for that can actually get in there and out.
Great, thanks. So that will be heated and on the north side?
The latest drawing iterations, yes.
Thanks. And this question then is just about the garbage, and it says, how will it function? Would there be, so we do have garbage room inside, but would all the bags of garbage be brought to the street every week, and also the blue boxes or, the gray bins?
Can you speak to that?
It'll be done by private collection.
Sorry, I think there's something wrong with our mic tonight. It's really
It will
hard.
be done by private collection.
Sorry.
It will be done by private collection.
So there won't thing out on the street. It'll be done from the inside?
That's correct. There's garbage compactors in the compactor room, and then there'll be a contract with WSI or somebody
Okay.
to pick up the garbage.
So that covers my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Neal.
Apologize. I got sidetracked there. There was one more thing I just wanted to clarify. I know that we've been in consultation with some of the eastern neighbors regarding the water, stormwater management. And I know it's something of a work in progress, but from the email that I received from you, will there be an opportunity to do any kind of an independent, thorough peer review of that study, or would you be able to do a more exhaustive review of that? Because I know one of those gentlemen happens to be an engineer, and he had some serious questions about some of the issues.
So through you, Madam Chair, the latest submission of the stormwater management reporting and the drawings themselves are reviewed rigorously by our team in engineering. I have confidence in our group in being able to examine those drawings and make determinations based on the city's standards as to whether they're met or not. And in this particular case, they're exceeded quite significantly. As part of the concerns that we've received, the latest package we have is from 2 days ago. So while doing a cursory review of it, we can speak to confidence with what's in there. They are finishing off the finer details on it. I would suggest that staff take that back and review it with our departmental group to see if there's merit in conducting such a review. At this time, my instinct would be that our group probably is suitable to review it and make a determination as to whether it's worthy of approval.
Thank you. And so the opportunity again to give you some feedback.
Yes, the latest submission is available on Dash. I've received communications as of today respecting that, and we work with our team as well as the applicant and the applicant's team to provide comments back respecting those inquiries and concerns.
And question for Paige, as I state this authority to you, will you be able to share with us the draft site plan in its final stages?
So typically, as part of the recommendation that you have before you tonight is asking that you agree in principle to what we're showing you with all of the conditions and all of the discussion that we've had, and that those final details be confirmed by staff, and that what would happen in a normal process is that I do the signature related to ensuring that all of those requirements are met. So if there is the desire from this committee to see the final site plan, all of the details outlined, you would need to change the recommendation that's before you tonight to request that, because that's not part of the path that's been laid out as part of staff's recommendation.
Maybe I can add clarification, or Councillor Neal, requesting that the information be provided to you after it's been approved. I'm assuming you're not requesting that the site plan be brought back to committee.
I'm not. I'm asking that it just be shared with us as information so I can answer questions of comments.
We're happy to do that, absolutely.
Thank you. Any other members of the committee that would like to speak at this time? Or questions? Okay, thank you. Now I open it up to the public. Is there anyone that would like to speak? Would you please come up and sit at the desk there? And if you could give us your name and your address before you speak. Oh, well then come to, yeah, perfect.
Are you talking about, just a second,
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we're just, yeah. So we'll just switch these off for now. Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Oops, I just wanted to remind you, you have 5 minutes.
Yep, thank you. Good evening, my name is Sue Baisley. My husband and I live at 24 Jenkins Street, and we own a rental property on Frontenac Street. I'm concerned with the recommendation in the staff report about the site plan for the Frontenac Street property. The site plan approval was bumped up in July 2014, but it's had a long journey and has only recently come to the Planning Committee when the site plan portion of the appeal to the OMB was withdrawn 3 weeks ago on February 15th. As a party to the OMB appeal, we were working with the planning staff trying to get a site plan in place that reflects the evidence that was presented to the OMB by the developer's planning consultant and the OMB decision. There are some major issues that have not yet been confirmed, such as the location and design of amenity space. There is a significant amount of space on the rooftop that has been designated as amenity space. The comprehensive report prepared by the planning department stated that the amenity space would have, quote, setbacks from the edges of the structure that will mitigate any potential overlook, end quote. When the developer's planning consultant presented evidence to the OMB, he used drawings which clearly show the amenity space with guardrails that pull it back from the parapet. The OMB decision also notes the design of amenity space minimizes overlook. How do I change the, is it? Oh, the arrow, thank you. Despite the previously presented and approved direction, The site plan for rooftop amenity space has almost doubled in size and has a railing at the edge of the roof which does not preserve privacy and present overlook for neighbors on adjoining property. Another issue is the buffering between the high-density building and the low-density residential immediately north of the subject property. Evidence presented to the OMB clearly states that one of the changes between the original submission and the preparation of the comprehensive report was the development of a, quote, partially covered landscaped parking garage entrance exit ramp, end quote. The witness statement that was prepared by the developer's planning consultant notes that, quote, the ramped parking garage entrance is proposed to be partially covered with a landscaped roof to provide a buffer between the apartment building and the dwelling abutting the subject property to the north, end quote, and goes on to describe the garage ramp as being, quote, enclosed with a roof that is to be landscaped, providing a green space between the adjacent property and the building, end quote. The site plan has no covering over the garage ramp, which creates a situation whereby there is no buffering, no landscaping, no protection from garage noise, and no possibility of limiting light pollution or the exhaust pollution from the garage ramp and entrance. The last example that I will provide is the cladding for the facade. The current drawings have changed considerably in terms of the material used for facades. The evidence presented to the OMB showed brick on all facades. As of 27th February, the site plan showed a combination of brick and hardy board, with some walls being all hardy board. In addition to being contrary to what was presented to the OMB, the proposed hardy board is completely incompatible in terms of material and color. There is nothing in the neighborhood that is even close to the appearance of hardy board. With more time, I would show examples of other issues with the current site plan. However, even just these 3 examples demonstrate that considerable work needs to be done before the site plan can be finalized. We are asking for your support to defer consideration of the site plan for the Frontenac Street development until the draft site plan control agreement is completed by the planning department. This has been a contentious site plan that was appealed to the OMB. It has now been referred back to planning committee because it was bumped up in 2014. The staff report indicates that the site plan is incomplete and recommends that completion and approval of the site plan control agreement be delegated to the director. The reason for bumping it up in the first place was to ensure that the site plan control agreement received an opportunity for public scrutiny and input. To have it bumped up to planning committee and then have it bumped down to the director for final approval removes the opportunity for public review and comment of the final agreement and, quite frankly, makes a mockery of the bump-up process. This development proposal has had enough ups and downs, and I'm requesting your support to have the full site plan control agreement presented to and approved by Planning Committee as it was intended by the motion passed by Council in July 2014. Please defer action and ask to have the complete site plan control agreement presented for your review. Thank you for the opportunity. I also have a letter from, which I will pass on to you, from one of the neighbors. Who could not be here
tonight. Would anyone else like to speak? All your questions will be answered at the end of the presentations.
It's Dave Goche, 523 Frontenac Street. Yeah, this is going to be fairly quick. And recognizing that the encroachment agreement is really technically outside of the planning process, I just wanted to express my appreciation to the developer and to staff for making that part of this going forward. I think those are really important. Yeah, it's a really important discussion that's happening there. So I think everyone should be commended for that. In the same way, these updates that are going to happen, like brick all the way around, stormwater stuff. I mean, these are also really important things to get right. I mean, this project is incredibly important to the neighborhood. I mean, just with the demolition that's happened, things are cleaned up nicely, and I think we're all looking forward to a development done well here. I'm sure the developer is as well. I think it's just really important that we get it right. I mean, that we all get it right. It's hard for me to understand what the real rush is to ram this thing through at this stage after 10 years or whatever it's been. Let's just see the agreement and let's just see the site plan. And then if we're all confident that it's going to look good and it's going to be approved, then we'll approve it then. I mean, I think that's where it's headed. So this idea of deferral, I think, is one that maybe needs to be considered. Let's just come back in a month and see it. And in the meantime, let's have a chance to actually watch it develop and help see it done well. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks to the Planning Director for a very thorough presentation and the report. So I'm going to start off with some praise for council and staff for creating this opportunity for public feedback at this stage of the process. I think that's really important. We were apparently one of the few communities in Ontario that wasn't doing this. So I think it's really significant, and I think especially for such a complex file, this is where some real gains are going to come our way going forward. So, and I also want to echo the previous speaker by saying that there has definitely been progress on improving the building's design. So I'm at 495 Alfred, Apartment 2, which is about 4 blocks away from this site. And I was a citizen participant in the most recent OMB hearing for the project. So I've been following it closely for a number of years. Okay, so now I'm going to get into one question, which I haven't had clarified yet, is that if the project gets approved and it gets built, how deep will the drilling down be going on the project? And speaking from the tech standpoint, has that been thoroughly examined? Okay, I've got one question with respect to one of the slides from the director tonight. When she was talking about the municipal conditions, she used will in one condition and shall in another. And in a legal setting, that is a difference. So is there any significance to that difference here, or was it just a choice of words? Okay. Now, my next couple, okay, the next point is, as part of the Williamsville Main Street study, although this isn't necessarily specifically applied to it, the theme of green streets was strongly emphasized. And this portion of Frontenac Street lies between the Memorial Center and Memorial Park just to the north, and then Victoria Park just to the south of Princess. They're only a few blocks apart. So the plan had been to try to get a green street theme along there, and I'm afraid that we're losing that. Okay, now my next couple points are more contentious, and since I do live close by, I value my taking part of the neighborhood and living there safely. And a few blocks away, with the same developer a number of years ago, the corner of Victoria and Princess, we had a very similar project, very large, that had a disastrous fire take place for which the fire marshal's report has yet to be signed off on. Okay? So my concern, have we learned anything from that experience to the point where we could potentially feel safe that this project is going to be constructed? Because I'm hugely concerned about that. So those are my points. Thanks very much.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak or ask any questions? Okay, back to the committee. Oh, no, sorry. Staff response, please.
So in terms of, I'll start with the municipal conditions. So there's no difference in the language. They're both mandatory statements that are being reflected in this additional agreement. Mr. Gauthier is right. Normally, this is something that goes outside of the site plan process that the city's been trying to creatively think of how we can condition certain things related to the construction process that fall outside of what we're actually legally allowed to do under the site plan control agreement. So that was our response and how to do that and to tie it in through the encroachment permanent agreement for the property. So those are both mandatory situations. In terms of the depth of excavation, I was hoping maybe Mr. Patry could speak to that. I believe it's one level.
There's one level of underground parking, approximately 11 feet, something like that.
In terms of the comment about green streets, it's definitely noted, and through the process, there's not a very big area between the edge of property and the municipal right-of-way to be able to include an extensive amount of planting, but through the process, as I identified with the landscaping plan, where there are municipal trees, every effort is going to be made through the construction process to protect and maintain them, and there are additional plantings that are included along the entire facade of the building to contribute to the vegetated green street feel that is articulated as part of the plan specifically for Williamsville. Those are the questions that I have written down as actual questions. I know there are definitely some statements and opinions that were offered. If there's anything I've missed, I'm happy to answer those.
No, I think you addressed most of them. Thank you very much. Back to the committee. Any other further questions, comments? Councillor Oosterhoff?
Just on the one question then on the garage door, is that been dealt with? Are you guys happy with the noise and the problem the one person spoke of? Is that different?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Staff, in terms of their review, is satisfied that the certified noise consultant has done their due diligence related to that aspect. We've reviewed the recommendations in the report and are satisfied, and they've looked at the 1.8 meter masonry wall, and they're satisfied that that is going to work in terms of satisfying the MOE requirements related to noise and what's appropriate level, given that it's a residential area.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the recommendation. Councillor Osanek, Councillor Oosterhoff.
Madam Chair, sorry,
yes,
just
go ahead.
as part of our presentation, we did indicate a suggestion related to a modification to the existing recommendation that's for the committee, if you wanted to speak specifically to the masonry aspect. The recommendation as it is now, it speaks to all of the technical details being resolved to staff satisfaction, which would include that. It's just whether from a place of comfort, the committee was looking for something more specific to be in the recommendation related to that particular matter.
Just for clarity from my perspective, Councillor Neal, are you moving an amendment to include? Just to clarify.
I'm sorry. Yes, indeed. Having this as an addition to the recommendation. So this will replace any other suggestion of cladding, right?
So what staff is recommending for the condition is that the building be clad on all exterior walls with a combination of red brick and cast stone, if technically possible.
Can I just interrupt for 1 second? Sorry. That, Jim's being very technical on all that stuff. It says all exterior walls. There is a mansard roof on this, so I just need to make sure that everybody understands that it has a design for a mansard roof, and we're not all of a sudden changing the whole design and doing brick all the way up.
My intent was all four of the exterior walls.
Right.
I'm not as concerned about the courtyard internal walls. but I am concerned about all of the external walls that are within public sight. And I think this captures that intent. Perhaps staff can comment on that.
Right, can we have staff comment on that, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, and through you. So as part of staff's contemplation of the matter, we were not suggesting that the mansard roof be clad in anything but asphalt shingles. We're not suggesting putting masonry on the roof. That wouldn't be a good suggestion. So it's the exterior facing walls, and the mansard roof comes down over top, which would be asphalt.
Understood my intent.
Sorry, just one last point. Your amendment, Councillor Neal, is including both of those bullet points that are presented there? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Neal, do you have a seconder, please? Councillor Osanek. Okay, so can we vote to the amendment, please? And in favor? That carries, okay. Okay, so now the motion is amended. Can I have a mover? Councillor Osanek, seconder. Councillor McLaren? He says yes, fine, that's good.
Are you willing, Councillor?
Are you willing? Okay, very good, thank you.
That's a bit too important to force on them.
Sorry, okay.
It's okay.
And can I have everyone vote in favor? In favor? That's 4. That carries. And 1 opposed, Councillor Neal. Okay, that's it. Okay, so to finish off the meeting, motions, there's no more motions, notices of motions, other business? Other business? Nope. Correspondence. A, correspondence received from, no, okay. Correspondence B, please see the correspondence. Date and time of next meeting. The next meeting of the Planning Committee is scheduled for March 22nd, 2018 at 6:30 p.m. Can I have a motion to adjourn, please? Councillor Neal and Councillor Osterhoff. Can I get everybody to vote, please? Okay, they voted. We're good.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. And it's currently